Tonight's story comes from the backcountry, where a hiker's calm weekend trip twisted into a nightmare the moment the fog rolled in. He was experienced. He knew the trail. But the fog didn't behave like weather. It moved with intention, thick, heavy, swallowing sound and space until he couldn't tell where he'd come from or how far he was drifting off the path. Then his radio crackled alive. Not with dispatch, not with another hiker, but with a voice whispering his own coordinates. Coordinates he never spoke out loud. And that was only the beginning. My name is Fiona Grant. I am 31 years old, and at the time of this account, I was employed as an environmental surveyor, contracted to document erosion patterns along maintained and semi-maintained trails. I am not prone to exaggeration, and I am accustomed to working alone in variable weather conditions. What I am about to describe happened over the course of a single day, and I am recording it as accurately as possible, because memory is the first thing people question when they decide something cannot be real. I arrived at the trailhead shortly after mid-morning. The forecast had mentioned fog later in the afternoon, but nothing severe. Light wind, moderate visibility, no storm warnings. I signed the register, noted my planned route, and spoke briefly with a ranger who reminded me to be off the upper ridge before sunset. Everything felt routine. I had done similar surveys dozens of times before. The trail climbed steadily from the parking area, winding through mixed forest before opening onto higher ground. My equipment was minimal but sufficient: GPS unit, handheld anemometer, notebook, audio recorder camera, and a compact emergency kit. I moved slowly by habit, stopping often to take measurements and notes. The work required attention, but not urgency. I expected to be finished by early evening. By early afternoon, I noticed the fog forming lower than predicted. It gathered first in the shallow valleys between ridges, pooling like water. From above, it looked inert, heavy, contained. I noted the visibility change in my log, adjusted my pace slightly, and continued. The wind was steady, coming downslope, pushing from the higher elevations toward the valley floor. I could feel it on my face, cool and consistent. That detail matters. I was near the midpoint of my route when the fog began to climb. At first, it moved the way fog usually does, slowly and without definition, thinning at the edges. But as I watched, it started to creep uphill, flowing against the wind. Not swirling or lifting, but advancing inch by inch, hugging the ground. I stopped walking and observed it for a full minute, maybe longer. I checked the wind again. Same direction, same strength. I told myself that terrain can create localized pressure differences, that what I was seeing was an illusion caused by slope and distance. Then the fog reached the trail. It touched my boots first, brushing over the leather and pooling around my ankles. The sensation was colder than I expected, not damp exactly, but dense, like stepping into chilled breath. I shifted my weight back instinctively, and the fog followed. I took a step uphill. The fog moved with me. That was the first moment I felt real unease. Not fear yet. Unease rooted in contradiction. Fog does not behave that way. It disperses. It drifts. It does not pursue. I backed away several more steps, putting distance between myself and the thickest part of it. The fog continued to rise, wrapping around my lower legs now, just below the knees. I could see my boots clearly, but everything below them was obscured, as if the ground itself had vanished. I told myself to leave. I turned and began walking uphill, at a controlled pace, not wanting to slip. The fog kept pace with me, never surging, never falling behind. It remained exactly where my legs were, no higher, no lower. I stopped again, heart beating harder now, and lifted my pant leg. The fabric was dry. My skin was dry. There was no moisture clinging to me at all. The fog was present without contact, visible without residue. I spoke out loud then, just a simple sound to confirm that my voice still behaved normally. It did. No echo, no distortion. The forest around me was quiet but otherwise unchanged. I tried logic again. I reasoned that the fog was denser along the trail, due to ground temperature differences. I stepped off the trail to the right, onto a patch of uneven rock and pine needles. The fog followed. It adjusted its shape around my legs as I moved, thinning where I was not, thickening where I stepped. It did not spread outward. It did not drift away. It stayed with me. I started to jog. That was a mistake. The fog tightened. I do not have a better word for it. It did not rise, but it constricted, drawing closer to my legs, compressing inward. My movement felt resisted, as if I were pushing through tall grass or shallow water. I stumbled and nearly fell. I stopped immediately, breathing hard, adrenaline flooding my system. The fog loosened slightly, returning to its previous density, as though responding to my stillness. I stood there, frozen, trying to slow my breathing, trying not to panic. I understood then, in a very clear, unemotional way, that running made it worse. I reached for my GPS. The screen was functional, but the position marker jittered, drifting uphill and then snapping back. Elevation readings fluctuated wildly, jumping tens of meters in seconds. I turned it off to conserve battery. I looked around, trying to find a landmark that might help me orient myself without relying on instruments. The trees uphill looked farther apart than I remembered. Downhill, the fog was thicker now, filling the spaces between trunks, swallowing the trail completely. I was still in daylight. The sun had not set. Birds still called from above the fog line. Everything above my knees looked normal. Everything below them did not. I took one careful step uphill. The fog moved with me. I took another. Same response. It occurred to me then that the fog was not filling the space. It was marking me. That thought settled into my mind with uncomfortable ease, as if it had been waiting there. I forced myself to keep moving, slow and steady. One step at a time, aware that stopping entirely might allow it to climb higher. I focused on my breathing, my footing, the sound of my boots on rock. Behind me, the fog continued to rise uphill, against the wind, wrapped tightly around my legs, patient and exact. I continued uphill at a measured pace, choosing each step with care. The fog maintained its position around my legs, neither advancing nor retreating, as though it had settled into an agreement with my movement. That in itself was unsettling. Natural phenomena do not negotiate. They do not wait. I reminded myself to stay calm. Panic leads to mistakes, and mistakes lead to injuries. I repeated that internally, the way I had been trained. I focused on practical goals. Reach the next ridge marker. Re-establish visual reference. Get above the fog layer. The trail steepened slightly. My calves burned as I climbed, but the effort helped anchor me in my body. The fog thinned briefly when I stepped onto exposed rock, then thickened again as soon as my boots touched soil. It behaved less like weather and more like a boundary. I reached a switchback where the trail bent sharply to the left. I recognized it. I was certain of that. There was a distinctive boulder just off the trail, split down the middle, one half slumped inward. I had noted it earlier as a reference point. Seeing it now should have reassured me. It did not. The fog pooled more densely at the curve, filling the lower part of the switchback like a shallow basin. I stood there for several seconds, weighing my options. Continuing uphill felt like the correct decision, but the fog's behavior suggested that direction was irrelevant to it. It was tied to me, not the terrain. I took out my notebook and recorded what I was seeing. I wrote slowly, deliberately, describing the fog's position relative to my body, the wind direction, the temperature. Writing helped. It forced structure onto something that resisted it. My hands shook slightly, but my handwriting remained legible. While I was writing, the fog did not move. That observation mattered. I tested it by shifting my weight. The fog adjusted immediately. I stopped again. It settled. The response was precise, almost immediate, like a shadow responding to light. I stood up straighter, ignoring the discomfort in my legs, and took a single step downhill. The fog surged upward. It climbed to mid-thigh in less than a second, tightening the same way it had when I tried to jog earlier. The resistance returned, stronger this time, as if my legs were caught in something elastic. I froze, heart pounding, breath shallow. Slowly, carefully, I stepped back uphill. The fog receded just as quickly, loosening its hold, sinking back to its previous position around my knees. The pressure eased, leaving behind a faint ache in my muscles, as though they had been briefly compressed. That was when the rules became clear. Upward movement was tolerated. Downward movement was not. I stayed where I was for several minutes, letting that realization settle. I did not feel watched. I did not hear voices. There was no overt threat, just enforcement. Quiet, consistent, unarguable. I resumed climbing. The fog accompanied me as before, never rising above my knees, never lagging behind. The wind continued to blow downhill, ruffling my jacket, stirring the treetops. The fog ignored it completely. As I gained elevation, the forest began to thin. The trees grew shorter, more widely spaced. I could see patches of sky ahead, pale blue through the branches. Hope flared, cautious but real. Then I noticed something else. The fog was not spreading behind me. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw that the trail below was clear. Perfectly clear. No lingering mist. No drifting tendrils. The fog existed only where I was. The implication made my stomach drop. I increased my pace slightly, careful not to break into a run. The fog tightened in response. Not dramatically, but enough to remind me that it was still in control. I slowed again, murmuring an apology under my breath before I could stop myself. The trail leveled out onto a narrow ridge. The ground dropped away on either side, steep and rocky. The exposure made me uneasy, but the open space allowed me to see farther than I had in hours. I scanned the horizon for familiar landmarks. Something was wrong. The ridge extended farther than it should have. The angle of the sun felt off, too low for the time I believed it to be. I checked my watch. The time had advanced, but not by much. Certainly not enough to explain the change in light. I tried my phone. No signal. The compass app spun slowly, never settling. I turned it off. I stood on the ridge for a long moment, wind tugging at my jacket, fog clinging to my legs like a second skin. I considered calling for help, shouting, making noise. The thought of drawing attention to myself felt dangerous in a way I could not articulate. I chose silence. The ridge narrowed ahead, funneling back into trees. The fog remained steady, its boundary unbroken. I felt a growing tension in my chest, a pressure that had nothing to do with altitude, I was aware, acutely, that I had been moving uphill for a long time. Too long. Eventually, the trail dipped again, gently at first. I stopped immediately, heart racing. I tested it with a single cautious step downward. The fog surged. This time it reached my hips before I could react. The resistance was stronger, the sensation more invasive. I gasped and stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance on the uneven ground. As soon as I regained my footing uphill, the fog receded again, leaving me shaking. I understood then that the trail itself was no longer reliable. It would lead me downhill eventually. That was unavoidable. Trails loop. Ridges end. I needed another plan. I scanned the area for an alternate route, something that would allow me to maintain elevation without descending. The ridge was narrow, but to the left, I saw a faint line through the brush. Not a trail, exactly, but a possible scramble that angled upward along the slope. Off-trail travel is always a risk. I knew that. But the rules I was operating under were no longer the usual ones. I stepped off the trail. The fog followed instantly, adjusting to the new terrain, maintaining its position with unnerving precision. I climbed slowly, using my hands where necessary, careful not to slip. The slope was steep but manageable. Loose rock shifted under my boots. My legs burned. My lungs worked harder. The fog did not care. As I climbed, I became aware of a new sensation. A faint tightness around my calves, not pressure exactly, but presence. Like something aware of my muscles moving beneath it. I refused to look down. I focused on the rock in front of me, the next handhold, the next step. My world narrowed to the immediate task of ascent. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a quiet certainty took root. This was not about escape. It was about compliance. And as long as I continued upward, as long as I followed the rule it had set, the fog would allow me to keep going. For how long, I did not know. I climbed until my legs trembled, until every muscle burned with a dull, continuous ache that no longer spiked or faded, but simply existed. The slope eventually eased, leveling into a narrow shelf of ground, just wide enough to stand on without sliding back. I stopped there, bent forward with my hands on my knees, breathing carefully through my nose. The fog remained. It still wrapped my legs, still held its precise boundary just below my knees, as constant as my own shadow. I had been moving uphill for hours by my estimate, yet the fog showed no sign of thinning or dispersing. The sun, however, had shifted noticeably. It had hung lower now, angling through the trees in long, amber streaks. I checked my watch again. The time was late afternoon. That realization unsettled me more than the fog itself. I had not rested. I had not stopped for long. There was no logical explanation for the passage of time, other than distance. Yet the terrain did not support it. I should have reached the upper boundary of my route long ago. I should have been descending by now, heading back toward the trailhead. Descending was no longer an option. I stood upright and looked around, forcing myself to take in the larger picture. The shelf I stood on curved gently along the slope, eventually narrowing back into trees. Above me, the mountain continued to rise, steeper now, rockier, less forgiving. There were no trails marked on my map that went higher than this point. Below me, the fog-filled forest stretched downslope, calm and ordinary beyond the unnatural boundary at my legs. Birds still called from above the fog line. The wind still moved through the canopy. Everything that was not touching me behaved normally. I felt a sharp, irrational urge to test the fog again, to confirm that the rules had not changed. I resisted it. I already knew the outcome. Instead, I sat down carefully on a rock, keeping my legs vertical, minimizing movement. The fog adjusted slightly but did not climb. I remained still, heart pounding, mind racing through possibilities. I considered waiting until nightfall. I dismissed the idea almost immediately. Darkness would remove what little visual feedback I still had. If the fog decided to change its behavior, then I would have no warning. I considered calling emergency services. My phone had no signal, but I tried anyway, dialing and holding it up, moving it slowly, searching for even a flicker of reception. The screen remained blank of bars. I turned the phone off to save battery. That was when I heard the sound of footsteps. They were faint at first, barely distinguishable from the wind moving through branches. I held my breath and listened. The sound repeated, rhythmic and uneven, unmistakably human. Someone was moving downhill, somewhere above me. Relief surged through me, sudden and overwhelming. I stood up too quickly, ignoring the fog's subtle tightening, and called out. "Hello," I shouted. "I'm down here." My voice carried clearly. There was no distortion, no echo. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was silence. Then a voice called back, "Stay where you are." The words were firm, professional. A ranger's voice. I nearly cried. "I can't come down." I called back, the truth spilling out without thought. "Something's wrong." The fog. "We see it," the voice interrupted. "Just stay still." That stopped me cold. I waited, barely breathing, as the sound of careful movement approached from above. Two figures emerged through the trees, moving slowly, deliberately. Search and rescue. Their uniforms were unmistakable. One of them raised a hand, signaling the other to stop. When they reached the edge of the fog, they did not step into it. They stood several feet away from me, close enough that I could see their expressions clearly. Concern, yes. Confusion. And something else. Recognition. The older of the two spoke again. "You're Fiona Grant," he said. It was not a question. "Yes," I replied, voice shaking. "I've been trying to get back. I can't go downhill." "I know," he said quietly. "We've been tracking your position since early afternoon. Your signal kept moving uphill. We thought it was a GPS error at first." The other rescuer knelt near the edge of the fog and extended a trekking pole toward me. He stopped when the pole's tip entered the fog. I watched as the fog tightened around the metal, clinging to it the same way it had to my legs. The rescuer pulled it back sharply. The fog released it instantly. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. "We're going to get you out," the older man said finally. "But we're not doing it by going down." They explained quickly, efficiently. A helicopter had been dispatched, but was still some distance away. The wind conditions above the ridge were favorable. They needed me to stay where I was and keep my legs as still as possible. "Do not try to sit down," the younger rescuer added. "Do not try to move downhill. Whatever this is, it's reacting to motion." I nodded, gripping my arms to keep myself steady. While we waited, the fog did not change. It did not creep higher. It did not retreat. It simply remained, patient and exact, as it had been all day. The helicopter arrived just before sunset. The sound of it cut through the forest, loud and real and grounding. The downdraft stirred the trees, whipped at my hair and clothing. The fog did not move. They lowered a harness. The rescuer closest to me stepped forward just enough to secure it around my torso, careful not to let his legs cross the boundary. When they lifted me, the fog stretched. That was the only way I can describe it. It elongated, thinning as my legs rose, maintaining contact for an impossible second longer than it should have been able to. I gasped, a sharp pain flaring through my calves, like blood rushing back into a limb that had fallen asleep. Then the fog let go. The sensation vanished instantly. No resistance. No pressure. Just air. I screamed, not from fear, but from the sudden absence of it. They lifted me clear of the trees and into the helicopter. As we rose, I looked down. The fog remained on the slope, no longer climbing, no longer marking me. It sat there like any other bank of mist, inert and ordinary. From above, there was nothing remarkable about it. At the ranger station later, they debriefed me. They showed me the GPS data. My track was a clean, steady line uphill, uninterrupted. There were no erratic movements, no signs of panic. They asked me why I hadn't descended sooner. I told them I couldn't. One of the rangers admitted, carefully, that this was not the first time they had seen fog behave strangely on that section of the mountain. He did not elaborate. He did not need to. The official report cites disorientation due to weather conditions and fatigue. That explanation satisfied everyone who needed it too. I was cleared medically. There were no marks on my legs, no bruises, no signs of injury beyond muscle strain. But sometimes, when fog rolls in low and the ground disappears beneath it, I feel a familiar tightness in my calves, a memory my body has not forgotten. And I know, with a certainty that still makes my chest tighten, that if I ever try to run downhill into it again, it will remember me too. My name is Lucas Wynn. I am 32 years old, a civil engineer by training, and at the time of this incident I had no medical conditions, no history of hallucinations, and no reason to distrust my own senses. I state that clearly because what follows hinges on ordinary explanations. Terrain, weather, human behavior, and not on anything supernatural. I entered the park legally, signed the trail register, carried standard safety equipment, and planned a single day out and back hike. I did not intend to camp. I did not intend to leave the main trail. I did not intend to become the subject of a search report. I started hiking shortly after sunrise. The forecast had mentioned patchy fog at higher elevations, nothing unusual for the season. At the trailhead the air was cool and dry, the sky pale and bright, the kind of morning that encourages overconfidence. I checked my watch, adjusted my pack straps, and stepped onto the trail with the quiet confidence of someone who believes preparation is the same thing as control. The first hour was uneventful. The trail climbed gradually through mixed forest, the ground firm beneath my boots. I maintained a steady pace, counting breaths out of habit, letting my thoughts drift. I remember feeling calm, focused, alone in a way that felt earned rather than imposed. When I heard the first set of footsteps behind me, I assumed another hiker had started later and was moving faster. The sound was clear and consistent. Boots on dirt, not hurried, not careless. The rhythm matched my own cadence so closely that it almost blended into it. I shifted to the side of the trail to let the person pass. No one did. I slowed, then stopped completely. The footsteps stopped at the same moment. I turned around, expecting to see someone a few yards back. The trail behind me was empty, stretching downhill through trees that had begun to soften at the edges as fog crept in. I shrugged it off. Sound carries strangely in the woods. I resumed walking. The fog arrived without drama. It didn't roll in like a wall or drop suddenly. It lifted from the low ground and slid between the trees, thinning the distance, dulling color. Visibility shortened from hundreds of yards to maybe 50, then to 30. I could still see the trail, still follow the markers. I told myself it was fine. The footsteps returned. They were closer this time. Close enough that I could hear the subtle differences. Heel to toe. The scuff of grit. Close enough that I felt the pressure of another presence without seeing it. Again, they matched my pace exactly. I tried to vary my speed, taking shorter steps then longer ones. The footsteps adjusted with me. I stopped, they stopped. I turned slowly. The fog ahead of me shifted, not dramatically, just enough to suggest displacement, as if something solid had halted just beyond where I could see. I waited. No cough, no apology, no greeting. I stood there long enough for my legs to stiffen. "Hello," I called. My voice sounded wrong in the fog, flattened and absorbed. There was no answer. I walked on. By mid-morning the fog had thickened enough that the forest felt smaller, more intimate in an unwelcome way. Sounds were muffled. Even birdsong seemed hesitant. I checked my PS. Signal was weak but present. I stayed on the trail, confirmed my bearings, and continued upward. The footsteps remained behind me like a shadow I couldn't turn to face. At times they lagged slightly. At times they felt almost too close. But they never overtook me. I considered stopping to wait them out, forcing an encounter. But something about the timing unsettled me. Whoever, or whatever it was, stopped when I stopped. That meant they were paying attention. I reached a junction marked by a weathered signpost. According to the map, the side trail led to an overlook. The main trail continued toward my planned turnaround point. I stepped onto the side trail without slowing, then stopped abruptly after 10 steps. The footsteps followed me onto the side trail and stopped when I did. I turned. The main trail behind me was empty. The side trail ahead vanished into fog. I felt a spike of irritation then, sharper than fear. If someone was deliberately messing with me, it was childish and dangerous. "Stop following me," I said. Louder this time. Firm. Reasonable. Nothing answered. The fog ahead shifted again. Subtle but unmistakable, like a breath held and released. I returned to the main trail. The footsteps came with me. Time became slippery after that. Not in the sense of losing hours, but in the way small decisions seem to carry more weight than they should. I found myself checking my watch too often, counting minutes, gauging distance by fatigue rather than landmarks. The fog erased reference points. Trees looked alike. The trail felt longer than it should have. Around noon I heard voices. They were faint and indistinct, drifting from somewhere to my left, downslope. Human voices. I could not make out words, but the cadence suggested conversation. Relief hit me hard enough to make my chest ache. I stepped off the trail a few feet, calling out, waving an arm though no one could see me. The footsteps behind me stepped off the trail too. I froze. The voices continued for another few seconds, then faded, swallowed by the fog and the terrain. I stood there listening to my own breathing, the blood rushing in my ears. When I stepped back onto the trail, the footsteps did the same. I considered turning around then. Pride and planning argued against it. I told myself I was overreacting, that the fog and isolation were playing tricks on me. I pressed on, aiming to reach the turnaround point, eat lunch, and descend while there was still plenty of daylight. The trail narrowed as it climbed. The fog thickened until visibility was no more than 10 yards. I moved carefully, testing each step. The footsteps were so close now that I could hear fabric moving, the faint creak of a pack strap. I stopped and spun around quickly. For a split second, I thought I saw a darker shape in the fog. Not a figure, exactly. Just a density. An absence of light where light should have been. Then it was gone, leaving only the pale gray wall ahead of me. My heart hammered. I took a step back. The footsteps did not retreat. They remained exactly where they had been. I spoke again, my voice tight. "I know you're there." Silence. I started downhill at a brisk pace. The trail sloped enough that gravity did some of the work. I focused on my footing, on breathing steadily, on not letting panic dictate my movements. The footsteps stayed with me, neither gaining nor falling behind. After several minutes, I slowed and stopped. The footsteps stopped. I stepped sideways off the trail, then back on. The footsteps mirrored me precisely. That was when I understood that whatever was making the sound was not simply behind me. It was matching my movement in real time. I pulled out my phone and attempted to record audio. The screen glowed weakly in the fog. I held it back over my shoulder, walked a few steps, then stopped. The recording captured my breathing, the crunch of my boots, and nothing else. No footsteps, no second set of sounds. I tried again, angling the phone differently. Same result. My throat went dry. I put the phone away and resumed walking. Slower now, deliberately irregular. The footsteps matched me anyway. Sometime in the early afternoon, the fog began to thin slightly. Shapes gained definition. The trail markers reappeared more clearly. I felt a fragile hope that whatever strange pocket of weather I had entered was finally releasing me. Ahead, through the thinning fog, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the trail. I stopped short. The figure was facing away from me, motionless. Average height, wearing dark clothing. A backpack. My relief was immediate and intense. "Hey," I called. My voice cracked. The figure did not turn. I took a cautious step forward. The footsteps behind me took the same step. I raised my voice. "Hey, are you okay?" The figure ahead shifted slightly, just enough to suggest awareness. The fog around them stirred. I took another step. The footsteps behind me did too, so close now that I felt the vibration through the ground. The figure ahead stopped moving. I stood there, caught between the sound at my back and the shape ahead, the trail a narrow corridor between two unknowns. The fog thinned another degree, enough that I could see the figure's outline more clearly. They were standing exactly the way I stood when I stopped. I did not move for several seconds. I am not exaggerating when I say my body locked in place, muscles tight, breath shallow, as if any deviation would trigger something irreversible. The figure ahead of me remained motionless. The fog thinned, just enough that I could see the slope of their shoulders, the way the pack sat high on their back, the slight forward lean of someone standing on uneven ground. I lifted my right hand slowly. The figure ahead lifted their right hand at the same speed. At the same moment, the footsteps behind me shifted. Boots scraping dirt in perfect synchrony with my own weight adjustment. That was when the understanding became unavoidable. The sound behind me was not following me in the usual sense. It was mirroring me. I lowered my hand. The figure lowered theirs. I took a shallow step backward. The figure took a step backward too, staying the same distance away, never turning to face me. My mouth felt numb. I tried to speak, but no sound came out at first. When I finally forced words past my throat, they came out low and unsteady. "Turn around." The figure did not turn. Instead, the fog around them shifted, thickening slightly, as if resisting clarity. I could hear the faint sound of breathing behind me now, matching my own inhales and exhales. So precisely it made my skin crawl. I realized then that there was no safe direction. Forward meant approaching whatever stood ahead of me. Backward meant closing distance with whatever stood behind me. Standing still meant maintaining this impossible symmetry. I made a decision that felt less like a choice and more like a reflex. I stepped sharply to the side, off the trail, toward a cluster of rocks and low brush. The figure ahead stepped off the trail in the same direction. The footsteps behind me crushed leaves in unison with my own. I stumbled over a root and caught myself with one hand on the ground. The figure ahead bent at the waist. The breathing behind me hitched when mine did. I pushed myself upright and backed away until my calves brushed against something solid. A tree trunk. I pressed my back against it, forcing myself to stop. Everything stopped. For the first time since morning, there was complete silence. No footsteps. No breathing. Even the ambient forest noise seemed muted, as if the fog itself were holding its breath. I waited, counting seconds, then minutes. My legs shook from tension. Sweat cooled rapidly on my skin. Finally, against every instinct, I turned my head slowly to look behind me. There was nothing there. No shape. No darker patch of fog. Just the empty trail sloping downhill, pale and indistinct. I turned my head forward again. The figure ahead was gone. The relief was overwhelming and short-lived. My mind immediately tried to supply rational explanations. Another hiker leaving the trail, fog playing tricks with depth perception, stress-induced auditory hallucinations. But each explanation collapsed under the weight of what I had witnessed. I had not imagined the synchronization. I had not imagined the precision. I checked my watch. It was early afternoon. I had enough daylight to get out if I moved carefully. I decided then that the hike was over. Whatever turnaround point I had planned no longer mattered. I began descending at a steady pace, eyes scanning constantly, senses stretched thin. The fog continued to thin as I lost elevation, revealing more of the forest, more distance. I listened obsessively for footsteps. None came. After 20 minutes, my shoulders loosened slightly. After 40, I allowed myself to believe I might have left whatever strange pocket of conditions had produced the experience. The trail widened. Familiar landmarks reappeared. My GPS signal stabilized. Then I heard the sound again. One step behind me. Perfectly timed. I stopped immediately. The sound stopped. I did not turn around this time. I knew better. I stared straight ahead, forcing my breathing to slow. My heart pounded hard enough to make my vision pulse. I started walking again, faster now. The footsteps matched me exactly, neither gaining nor falling back. I broke into a jog. They jogged. I slowed abruptly. They slowed. I spoke without turning my head. "What do you want?" There was no reply. Only the sound of movement matching movement. I passed another junction. This one leading toward a maintenance access road. According to the map, it was less traveled, but connected eventually to the main park road. I took it without hesitation. The terrain grew rougher. The trail was narrower, less maintained. Branches snagged my clothes. The fog thickened again, clinging low to the ground. My calves burned as the slope steepened. The footsteps remained, patient and exact. At one point I deliberately scuffed my boot sideways, dragging it across gravel in an uneven scrape. The sound behind me reproduced the scrape perfectly, down to the length and pitch. I felt a cold certainty settle in my chest. This was not another person. No one could mirror movement with that degree of precision without anticipation. Whatever it was, it reacted to me instantly, without delay. I made one final attempt to break the pattern. I stepped off the trail and crouched suddenly, holding my breath. The footsteps crouched too. The breathing behind me stopped when mine did. I could feel it then. Not a touch, but a proximity. A pressure in the air, as if something occupied the same space I did, offset by inches rather than feet. My skin prickled. My ears rang. I stood up slowly and resumed walking. I did not look back again. The access road came into view like a promise. Gravel, wide and pale, cutting through the trees. As soon as my boots hit the road, the fog thinned dramatically, lifting in tatters. The forest felt larger again, more honest. The footsteps stopped. I waited. 10 seconds. 30, a minute. Nothing followed. I walked faster, then faster still, until I was nearly running downhill toward the distant glint of pavement. When I reached my car, I unlocked it with shaking hands and got inside, slamming the door shut. I sat there for a long time before starting the engine. Later, after I reported myself safely out at the ranger station, I mentioned hearing footsteps, seeing another hiker. I left out the rest. The ranger nodded, unsurprised, and said fog does strange things in those woods, especially with sound. I did not argue. That night, at home, I cleaned my boots. Mud caked the soles, packed into every groove. When I turned one boot over, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Alongside my own tread pattern, perfectly aligned, was a second set of impressions. Identical. My name is Natalie Brooks. I am 32 years old, employed as a data quality analyst for a logistics company based in Portland, Oregon. I am writing this account because I need a complete, chronological record of what happened to me on October 17th, the day I entered the national forest alone and heard my own voice calling for help from somewhere I had not yet been. I have never experienced hallucinations. I do not suffer from sleep disorders, neurological conditions, or anxiety severe enough to cause auditory distortions. I do not drink excessively. I was not under the influence of any substance that day. I state this plainly because the events that followed will invite skepticism, and I want it understood that I have already examined every rational explanation I could find. I arrived at the trailhead just after 800 a.m. The forecast had predicted light fog clearing by mid-morning. I had checked twice. The air was cold but stable, the kind of chill that wakes you up without numbing your fingers. I signed the register with my name, license plate, and intended route, then adjusted my pack and started walking. The trail was one I had hiked before. A loop, just under 9 miles, with moderate elevation and clear signage. I chose it specifically because it was familiar. I was not seeking adventure. I needed quiet. The past month had been loud in a way that doesn't show on the outside. Too many conversations, too many people needing answers I didn't have. The forest, I thought, would be neutral. It would not ask anything of me. The fog was already present when I entered the tree line, thinner than mist but heavy enough to soften the edges of everything. Sounds traveled strangely. My boots on gravel sounded closer than they should have, as if the ground were hollow beneath me. Birds were quiet. Not absent, just distant. Like they were calling from farther away than they ought to be. For the first hour, nothing unusual happened. I walked at a steady pace, checked my watch, took a few photos for my sister, and let my thoughts drift. The fog thickened gradually, not suddenly. It moved low, pooling around the bases of trees, creeping across the trail like spilled milk. Visibility shortened to maybe 30 feet. At around 10:05 a.m., I heard my voice for the first time. It was faint, barely more than a suggestion of sound. I stopped walking immediately, because the first thing my brain registered wasn't fear. It was confusion. I assumed someone else was on the trail. Maybe another woman with a similar tone. Maybe my ears were misfiring. The voice said my name. Not loudly. Not urgently. Just clearly enough that there was no mistaking it. Natalie. The sound came from ahead of me, slightly downhill, swallowed by fog. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. I called out, "Hello," and waited. Nothing answered. I stood there longer than I want to admit, listening. The forest absorbed my voice instantly. No echo, no return. The silence afterward felt deliberate, like something had paused to hear me better. I told myself this was normal. People mishear things all the time. Our brains look for patterns, especially familiar ones. I started walking again a little faster than before. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. This time, the voice was unmistakably mine. Same pitch, same cadence, even the slight upward inflection I use when I'm unsure of myself. It wasn't just my voice, it was my way of speaking. "Help, I think I'm lost." I froze. The words landed heavily because I had not said them. I wasn't lost. I knew exactly where I was. My phone had signal. My GPS was working. I checked it immediately, heart pounding hard enough to make my hands shake. The voice continued, faint but steady, coming from deeper within the fog. "Can anyone hear me? Please." I did not respond. I don't know why. Some instinct told me that answering would be a mistake. Instead, I moved off the trail just enough to put a large pine between myself and the direction of the sound. I crouched, holding my breath, listening. The voice stopped. Minutes passed. The fog thickened further, curling around the trunks of trees, erasing depth. The world felt flatter, closer, like I was standing inside a photograph instead of a place. Eventually, I stood up and told myself I was done. I would turn around, head back to the trailhead and leave. There was no shame in that. Whatever this was, I didn't need to understand it. I just needed to remove myself from it. I turned around. The trail behind me was not gone, but it looked wrong, narrower than before. The curve unfamiliar. I checked my GPS again. The line indicating my path flickered, then redrew itself slightly offset from where I was standing. I adjusted my position, stepping left, then right. The dot followed me, but lagged by a fraction of a second, as if something else were deciding where I was after the fact. That was when the voice returned. Closer this time. "I can hear you walking," it said. My stomach dropped. I hadn't moved. I was perfectly still. "I think I twisted my ankle." My voice continued. "I can't see the trail anymore." The fog shifted, rolling downhill in slow waves. I could see movement within it. Not shapes, not figures. Just the subtle displacement of white against white. As if something were passing through it without breaking the surface. I backed away, step by careful step, heart hammering. Branches snapped softly under my boots, and immediately the voice reacted. "There. I hear you. Don't leave." Those words spoken the way you ask for help. They were spoken the way you issue a reminder. I turned and walked fast, then faster, following the GPS arrow back toward the trailhead. The forest felt different now. The air pressed in on my ears. My breathing sounded too loud, too close. As I walked, the voice followed, always ahead of me, always just out of sight. "Okay. I'm trying to stay calm," it said, sounding exactly like I do when I'm talking myself down. If someone finds this recording, my name is Natalie Brooks. I stopped so abruptly I nearly fell. Recording. My hand went to my pocket. My phone was there, screen dark. No recording app open. No outgoing audio. Ahead of me, my voice continued, calm but strained. "I entered the trail around 8 this morning. The fog came in fast. I don't know how long I've been walking." My skin prickled. The details were wrong, but close. Close enough to feel intentional. I started moving again, but this time I went off the GPS path deliberately, cutting sideways through the trees. If the voice was tracking my route, I wanted to break the pattern. The forest resisted. Thick undergrowth snagged my pants. Fallen branches forced me to slow down. The fog deepened between the trees, reducing visibility to less than 10 feet. The voice adjusted. "I can hear you crashing through the brush," it said, irritation creeping into the tone. That's not helping. Tears blurred my vision. Panic surged hot and fast, but underneath it was something colder, the realization that whatever this was, it was not confused. It was not lost. It was narrating. I burst back onto the trail by accident, stumbling onto packed dirt and gravel. Relief washed over me, sharp and brief. Then I saw the trail marker. It was the same one I had passed nearly an hour earlier. Same number, same scuff on the post, same faded arrow pointing deeper into the loop. That shouldn't have been possible. Behind me, from within the fog, my voice spoke softly. "Please," it said. "I don't want to be alone when it gets quiet again." I didn't answer. I turned and ran. The fog swallowed me whole as my boots pounded. The trail my breath, rag my thoughts collapsing into a single command: keep moving. Don't listen. Don't stop. Behind me, or ahead of me, I couldn't tell anymore. My voice kept talking, describing things I hadn't done yet, apologizing for mistakes I hadn't made, asking for help in words that felt like they were being practiced for later. And as the forest closed in, I realized with growing dread that the voice wasn't following me anymore. It was staying exactly the same distance away, as if it already knew where I was going to be. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost its structure somewhere, between my second stumble and the moment my lungs started burning hard enough that I tasted metal. The fog thickened as I moved, clinging to my face and hair, dampening every sound except my breathing. My boots struck the trail in uneven rhythms, sometimes echoing too sharply, sometimes disappearing altogether, as if the ground were swallowing the noise. The voice never raised itself. That terrified me more than if it had been screaming. "Okay," my voice said calmly, a few seconds after I nearly tripped on a route I hadn't seen. "That was stupid. Don't run. You'll just make it worse." I skidded to a stop, heart hammering. The voice stopped too. For a brief, awful moment, the forest was silent except for me. No birds, no wind, no insects. It felt like standing inside a held breath. I bent over, hands on my knees, forcing myself not to cry. Panic would make mistakes inevitable. I needed to think. I pulled out my phone again. The screen lit my hands in pale blue. The GPS still showed the trail loop, but my position dot was wrong. It hovered slightly ahead of where I stood, then drifted back as if reconsidering. I toggled airplane mode on and off. No change. That was when my phone vibrated. Not a call, not a message. A recording notification. My stomach dropped so hard I felt dizzy. There was an audio file timestamped 3 minutes into the future. I stared at it, thumb hovering, every rational instinct screaming not to open it. The file name was automatic, the kind your phone assigns when you hit record by accident. Except I hadn't. The voice spoke again. Closer than before, close enough that I could hear the subtle wetness of breath between words. "You're going to listen," it said gently. "You always do." I shook my head, whispering no, like the word might have weight. My thumb tapped the file despite me trying to stop it. Static crackled softly, then my voice filled my ears. I was crying in the recording. Not sobbing, controlled, tight breaths. The kind you make when you're trying to sound calm for someone else. Leaves crunched underfoot. Wind brushed the microphone. "I can't find the marker," my recorded voice said. "I don't know how this happened. I swear I was on the trail." I stood there, frozen, listening to myself describe things that had not happened yet. "I keep hearing things." The recording continued. "I think it's just echoes. I think it's stress." In the fog ahead of me, something shifted. Not visibly, but perceptibly, like pressure changing in the air. The recording ended abruptly. I deleted it immediately. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. I turned in a slow circle, scanning for movement, for another hiker, for anything that could ground this in reality. Nothing. The voice resumed, softer now, almost tired. "You shouldn't delete those," it said. "They help later." I backed away until my calves hit something solid. A tree. I leaned against it, chest heaving, and slid down until I was sitting on the damp ground. This was happening. Denying it was no longer an option. But I refused to accept the implication that this thing was me. I knew my own habits, my own voice, my own thoughts. This felt like an imitation. A recording played back with too much accuracy and not enough understanding. I took a breath and spoke aloud, forcing steadiness into my tone. "If you can hear me," I said, "then you know I'm not hurt. I don't need help." The fog ahead rippled faintly. "I know," my voice replied. "This isn't the part where you need help." Cold crept along my spine. "Then what part is this?" There was a pause. Long enough that hope flickered despite everything. "This is the part where you stop pretending you're in control." Anger flared, hot and sudden, cutting through the fear. "You don't get to talk like you know me," I snapped. "You're not me." The response came immediately. "I am exactly you," the voice said. Just farther along, my phone vibrated again. Another recording, another future timestamp. I didn't open it. Instead, I stood ignoring the protest from my legs and started walking deliberately in the direction opposite the voice. Not running, walking. I kept my eyes on the ground, counting steps, focusing on the physical reality of my body moving through space. 10 steps in. The voice matched my pace. "I tried that too," it said conversationally. It didn't work. I broke into a run again. This time fueled by rage as much as fear. Branches whipped at my arms. The fog seemed to thin briefly, revealing a familiar bend in the trail ahead. Hope surged. I recognized that curve. Just beyond it should be a wooden footbridge over a shallow ravine. If I could reach it, I'd know for sure whether I was looping or losing my mind. I rounded the bend. The bridge was there. Relief hit me so hard my knees almost gave out. I stumbled onto the planks, gripping the railing, laughing shakily as tears spilled down my face. I made it. I whispered to myself. Behind me, my voice laughed too, not mocking, not cruel, relieved. "I know," it said. "This is where I thought it would end." I spun around. The fog on the bridge thickened unnaturally, swirling in tight, slow spirals. Within it, something moved. Not a shape, not a figure, but a suggestion of alignment, as if the fog were being pressed into a rough outline. My heart hammered painfully. "Stop," I said. "Just stop." The fog shape hesitated. "I wish I could," my voice said, sounding genuinely sad. "But you're not there yet." The railing beneath my hands felt solid. The wood creaked faintly under my weight. Everything else felt wrong. I looked down into the ravine. The drop wasn't far, maybe 10 feet. I could climb down and follow the creek. Water always led somewhere. That was survival logic, tangible, real. My phone buzzed again. Against my better judgment, I opened the new recording. This time there was no static. "I'm on the bridge," my recorded voice said, breathless. "I can see it now. I think I made a mistake." The fog shape leaned closer. I didn't jump. The recording continued. "I just wanted to get away." My blood went cold. "I didn't die," my voice in the fog said quickly, as if reading my thoughts. "That's not how this works." "Then what happened?" I demanded. The fog shifted, thinning slightly. For a split second, I saw something that made my stomach lurch. A familiar posture. The way I hunch my shoulders when I'm cold. The angle of my head when I'm listening too hard. "I stayed," the voice said. "I stayed long enough that the trail stopped remembering me." My phone slipped from my hand and clattered against the planks. I didn't bother picking it up. "This isn't real," I said, but the words sounded hollow. The fog receded suddenly, as if pulled back by an invisible current. The bridge was empty. The ravine below was just rock and water. Silence. I stood there, shaking, for what felt like an hour. Slowly, cautiously, I stepped off the bridge and continued along the trail. This time, nothing followed. The fog began to thin. Trees regained depth. Sound returned in pieces: wind, distant birds, the rush of water. By the time I saw the trailhead sign, the world looked normal again. I staggered into the parking lot, just after 5:40 p.m. My car was where I'd left it. Other vehicles had come and gone. The register sat open on its post. My name was still there, untouched. I drove home in a daze. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. That night, as I lay in bed, I convinced myself I'd survived something explainable. Stress, fatigue, a panic episode magnified by isolation. Then my phone vibrated on the nightstand. One last audio file. Time-stamped for tomorrow morning. I haven't listened to it. But sometimes when the house is quiet, I hear my own voice in the next room, practicing what it's going to say when I finally do. My name is Owen Pike. I am 34 years old, and at the time of this account, I was employed as a survey technician, contracted to assist with trail condition assessments inside a protected national forest. I have worked in remote terrain for most of my adult life. My background includes land navigation, backcountry first aid, and environmental documentation. I am not prone to exaggeration, and I do not believe in supernatural explanations. Everything I describe here is recorded as accurately as I am capable of recalling it. On the morning this happened, I signed into the trail register at 6:42 a.m. The weather was stable. Light cloud cover, no precipitation, minimal wind. Visibility was good. I noted all of this because logging conditions was part of my job. I was assigned to walk a 12-mile loop trail, document erosion points, fallen signage, and water runoff issues, then return to my vehicle by late afternoon. I packed light but appropriately. Map, GPS unit, notebook, camera, radio, food, and water. Nothing about the day felt unusual when I started. The trailhead was quiet. No other vehicles. No recent entries in the register besides mine. That alone was not strange. It was a weekday, and the trail was not popular outside of peak season. I locked my truck, adjusted my pack, and began walking shortly before 7:00 a.m. The first few hours passed without incident. I followed the established path, stopping periodically to photograph damaged sections and record coordinates. The forest was still. Not silent, exactly, but subdued. Bird activity was low, which I attributed to the overcast sky. Around 10:15 a.m., I reached a narrower stretch where the trail dipped into a shallow ravine before climbing again along a ridge. That was where I noticed the journal. It was not immediately obvious. I nearly stepped past it. The cover was dark and swollen from moisture, blending in with wet leaves and soil. What caught my attention was the edge of paper protruding from the ground at an unnatural angle, as if something had been pushed down deliberately rather than dropped. I crouched and pulled it free. The journal was small, the kind sold in outdoor stores as waterproof, though this one had clearly failed that promise. The cover was cracked and soft. Mud stained the edges of the pages. Most of the paper inside had fused together into a warped block. Water damage had rendered the majority of it unreadable. I assumed at first that it belonged to a hiker who had lost it, or perhaps someone who had abandoned it after it became ruined. I considered leaving it where it was. Lost property protocols were vague in remote areas, and the journal itself looked beyond salvaging. Then I noticed that one page, near the back, was not stuck to the others. I carefully peeled it open. The ink on most of the exposed writing had bled into illegible shadows, but the final line at the bottom of the page was crisp. Unaffected by the moisture that had destroyed everything else. I read it once without understanding what I was seeing. Then I read it again. It was written in my handwriting. Not similar. Not approximate. Identical. The pressure marks, the way certain letters slanted, the habit I have of crossing my T's slightly too low. It was unmistakable. The line read, "D, you don't remember writing this yet." I felt a brief, irrational spike of anger before fear set in. Anger, because my first thought was that someone was playing a joke, and fear, because I could not imagine how such a joke would be possible. I do not lend my notebooks to people. I do not share samples of my handwriting. And this journal was not mine. I was certain of that. I stood up and looked around, half expecting someone to be watching me. The forest was empty. The trail behind me and ahead of me was clear. No movement. No sound beyond the faint rustle of leaves. I checked my watch. 6:23 a.m. I took several photos of the journal where I stood, then placed it into a plastic evidence bag from my pack. I told myself I would turn it in at the ranger station when I finished my route. At that point, I still believed there was a reasonable explanation. Coincidence, mimicry, or some detail I was overlooking. I continued walking. Not long after, I noticed that my sense of time felt off. The trail began to feel repetitive in a way I could not immediately articulate. Landmarks I remembered passing earlier appeared again, slightly altered but recognizable. A distinctive boulder with a split down the center. a fallen pine leaning across a dry creek bed. I checked my GPS, expecting to see some error or backtracking. The unit showed me exactly where I should have been. I told myself that fatigue was affecting my perception. That happens more often than people admit. I drank water, ate, and forced myself to slow down and focus on my surroundings with deliberate attention. Around noon, I stopped for lunch near a clearing that overlooked a shallow valley. I sat on a rock and removed the journal from my pack. I wanted to confirm that the handwriting was still there, unchanged. I don't know why that mattered to me, but it did. The line was the same. Below it, faint indentation suggested that something else had once been written, then erased or washed away. I traced the impressions with my thumb. The shape of the letters looked familiar. Too familiar. I packed the journal away and resumed walking, unsettled but still functional. I radioed my supervisor to report routine progress. My voice sounded normal. The response came back without delay. Nothing in the transmission indicated a problem. Sometime after 7:30 p.m., the light in the forest began to shift. Clouds thickened overhead, dimming the trail. The temperature dropped slightly. Again, none of this was unusual on its own. But my unease grew as the shadows lengthened faster than they should have. I reached a section of trail where the ground was soft with recent moisture. As I walked, I noticed footprints ahead of me. One set. Boot prints. Relief washed over me before concern followed. I had not passed anyone all day. According to the register, no one else had entered the trail before me. I increased my pace, calling out a greeting. There was no response. As I followed the prints, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The stride length, the wear pattern on the soles, the slight outward angle of the left foot. It all matched the way I walk. I stopped and compared them to my own boots. They were identical. I told myself I was projecting, that this was paranoia feeding on coincidence. I stepped deliberately off the trail and made a distinct mark in the mud, then returned to the path. The footprints ahead continued uninterrupted. At 20:47 p.m., my GPS unit beeped, indicating that I had reached a waypoint I had logged earlier in the day. The problem was that I recognized the spot. I remembered standing there hours before, taking notes. The same broken signpost. The same moss-covered stump. I should not have been there again. I pulled out my notebook and flipped through my own handwritten entries. The times were correct. The notes were in my handwriting. The photos on my camera confirmed that I had already documented this location. My hands began to shake. I took out the journal again. A second line had appeared beneath the first. You found this at 10:23 a.m. You're walking in circles now. I did not write that. I know I did not write that. And yet, even as I stood there reading it, a memory surfaced, vague, disjointed, of kneeling on the trail earlier, holding a pen, hesitating before committing the words to paper. The memory felt incomplete, like recalling a dream after waking. I checked my watch again. 3:01 p.m. The forest around me was quiet in a way that felt deliberate. No birds. No insects. Even the wind seemed to avoid the space I occupied. I felt watched, not in a dramatic sense, but in the way one feels observed by something patient and thorough. I made the decision to leave the trail. I turned downhill, pushing through underbrush toward the valley I had seen earlier, intending to bushwhack until I intersected a service road marked on my map. My GPS tracked my movement accurately. The terrain was difficult but manageable. After 15 minutes, I broke through the trees and found myself back on the trail. The same trail. The same broken signpost. I screamed then. Not loudly, but sharply, the sound tearing out of me before I could stop it. I spun in place, scanning the forest. Nothing moved. My radio crackled. "Owen," my supervisor's voice said, distorted by static. "We're getting repeated pings from your location. Are you stationary?" I tried to answer. My mouth opened, but for a moment no sound came out. When I finally spoke, my voice sounded wrong to my own ears. Flattened, strained. "I'm not stationary," I said. "I'm moving." But the transmission cut off. The journal felt heavy in my pack, as if it wanted to be acknowledged. With shaking hands, I pulled it out again. A third line had been added. "You're going to try leaving the trail again. It won't work." I did not remember writing that either. But somewhere in my mind, something already knew it was true. And as the light continued to fade, I realized with a growing sense of dread that the journal was not predicting my actions. It was remembering them. I stood there for a long time, after reading that third line. Long enough for the forest light to dim another shade. Long enough for the silence to stop feeling temporary and start feeling permanent. I remember thinking, very clearly, that panic would not help me. Panic never helps in the field. Training exists for moments exactly like this, moments when your senses lie, and your instincts turn against you. So I forced myself to breathe slowly. I sat down on the trail, set the journal on my knee, and opened my own notebook beside it. I compared the handwriting side by side. There was no difference. Same spacing, same pressure. Same slight tremor at the beginning of each line, when my hand first touched the page. Even the smudge patterns matched the way I tend to drag the side of my palm. If someone had forged it, they had done so with an intimacy that felt impossible. I decided to test something simple. In my notebook, I wrote a sentence I had never written before, something deliberately mundane. "I am sitting on the trail at 3:18 p.m. I closed the notebook. I waited. Nothing happened. Relief flickered through me, thin but real. Maybe the journal wasn't reacting in real time. Maybe it had a finite number of entries. Maybe. I opened the soaked journal again. A fourth line had appeared, written beneath the others. The ink still dark. "You waited to see if this would change." My stomach dropped so hard it felt like missing a step on a staircase. I flipped the journal over, shaking it, checking for hidden pages or tricks. There were none. The cover was intact. The binding was old and stiff. No compartments, no electronics, just paper and ink. I checked my watch again. 3:21 p.m. I stood and began walking. This time deliberately counting my steps and narrating my actions out loud, hoping that anchoring myself in sound and motion would keep me oriented. The trail stretched ahead of me, familiar and wrong at the same time, like a photograph copied too many times. After several minutes, I noticed something else. The footprints ahead of me were no longer just one set. There were now two. They walked side by side for a while, then merged back into one. Occasionally, one set would stop, while the other continued for several steps before stopping as well. I did not need to compare them closely anymore. I already knew what I would find. I tried the radio again. "This is Owen Pike," I said, keeping my voice steady. "I am experiencing disorientation and possible navigational error. Requesting guidance." Static answered me. Then, faintly, my own voice came through the speaker. "I am experiencing disorientation," it said, half a second behind me. Same tone. Same cadence. I tore the radio from my shoulder and shut it off. At that point, I understood something I had been resisting since the beginning. Whatever was happening was not external in the way I wanted it to be. There was no stranger watching me from the trees. No prankster hiding cameras. The trail itself was not broken. Something was wrong with the sequence of events, with order, with memory. The journal was not creating anything new. It was documenting actions I had already taken, and then forgotten. That realization scared me more than any other explanation could have. I walked faster, then slower, then stopped entirely. Each time. I waited to feel the sensation of repetition, the subtle click in my head when the environment seemed to reset. It happened no matter what I did. I would pass a landmark, glance away, then find myself approaching it again minutes later from the same direction. The sun dipped lower. Late afternoon bled into early evening far too quickly. At 5:06 p.m., I found a fifth line in the journal. You're thinking about running. I was. I did run, eventually. I broke into a full sprint down the trail, lungs burning, boots slapping against dirt and roots. I ran until my vision blurred and my legs gave out. When I looked up, I was back at the same broken signpost. I laughed then. A short, sharp sound that surprised me with how close it was to hysteria. I pressed my hands into my eyes until I saw stars. When I opened them, the forest looked unchanged. But something inside me felt thinner, like a layer had been peeled away. I sat again and forced myself to think methodically. If the journal recorded my actions, then it might also record decisions I hadn't consciously noticed making. That meant I could use it as an external memory, a log of what I kept losing. I wrote in my notebook, if you read this and don't remember writing it, stop moving. I checked the journal. Nothing new appeared. Time passed, or it felt like it did. My watch still ticked forward, but the sky darkened too quickly, the shadows stretching unnaturally long between trees. At 6:12 p.m., another line appeared. You stopped reading your notebook. I picked it up again. Heart hammering. The next line followed almost immediately, the ink forming as I watched. You're afraid that if you write too much, you won't remember any of it. That fear bloomed fully then, undeniable. I could feel gaps in my thoughts, moments missing like skipped frames in a video. I would blink and realize I had moved without recalling the steps between. I don't know how many times that happened before night fell completely. At some point, I noticed that the forest no longer smelled right. The usual mix of damp earth and pine had flattened into something sterile, almost neutral, like air that had been filtered too many times. Sound behaved strangely as well. My footsteps felt muted, as if absorbed by the ground. The journal grew heavier with each new line. You tried leaving again. You called for help. You sat down right here before. Each entry confirmed that I had already failed in every way I could think of. By 7:40 p.m., the final line appeared. You're going to write this last part carefully, because it's the only way you'll remember. That was when the memory snapped back into place. I remembered kneeling on the trail earlier. Remembered pulling the journal from my pack, not finding it. Remembered realizing, with a calm that felt borrowed, that the only way to anchor myself was to leave instructions for the version of me who would come next. I remembered burying the journal partially, pressing it into the mud, where I knew I would notice it. I remembered writing the first line with shaking hands, knowing I would not remember doing so. The realization did not bring comfort. It brought resignation. I am writing this now from a place I cannot properly describe. The forest around me looks the same, but it feels incomplete, like a stage set after the audience has left. My watch reads 8:03 p.m., but the time no longer seems to matter. If you are reading this, and my name is still Owen Pike, then I have not broken free yet. I don't know how many versions of me have walked this trail. I don't know if any of them escaped. I only know that the journal keeps me from disappearing entirely. If you ever find it, half buried and ruined, and one line remains readable, please understand, it isn't trying to predict you. It's trying to remember me. My name is Rachel Stein. I am 31 years old, and I work as a data analyst for a logistics firm based out of the city. I spend most of my time indoors, in front of screens, working with systems that behave predictably when you understand their rules. That is relevant because one of the reasons I hike is to step away from that predictability without abandoning structure entirely. Trails have rules. Maps mean something. Distances add up. When something goes wrong, there is usually a reason you can identify, if you stay calm long enough. I believed that very strongly on the morning this happened. I arrived at the trailhead a little after 7:00 a.m. The park was quiet, though not empty. There were 2 other vehicles in the lot, both unattended. I signed the register, noting my name, the date, and my intended route, a 10-mile loop trail that followed a ridge, dipped into a forested basin, then climbed back toward the parking area. The weather was listed as light fog, low wind, mild temperature. I checked the sky before starting and agreed with the assessment. The fog was present but thin, hanging low between the trees, rather than obscuring them completely. I tightened the straps of my pack, adjusted my poles, and started walking at 7:18 a.m. The first hour was uneventful in the way people usually mean when they say that. The trail was well maintained. The forest smelled damp and clean. My boots crunched softly over gravel and packed dirt. I passed trail markers at regular intervals, each one matching the map I had downloaded to my phone and printed as a backup. I felt relaxed, present, focused on my breathing and pace. The fog thickened gradually as the morning went on. It did not roll in dramatically or surge across the ground. It simply accumulated, like condensation softening the edges of things. The trees lost definition first, then the understory. Visibility shortened from hundreds of feet to dozens. Still, I was not concerned. Fog like that is common in the area, especially along the ridge. At 9:02 a.m., I reached the first junction where the loop officially began. A wooden signpost pointed left and right, both directions labeled with the same trail name and mileage. I paused to take a photo and check my map, then turned right, following the clockwise direction I had planned. For the next 2 hours, everything unfolded exactly as expected. The trail climbed steadily, then leveled out along the ridge. I took short breaks, drank water, and made notes in my phone about trail conditions out of habit, even though I wasn't there in any official capacity. The fog continued to thicken, but the trail itself remained visible. Sometime after 11:00 a.m., I noticed that the forest felt quieter than it should have. At first, I attributed that to the fog. Sound behaves differently when visibility is low. Still, the absence of birdsong was noticeable. Even my footsteps seemed muted, as though the ground were absorbing then reflecting it. I stopped walking and stood still, listening. Nothing answered. I shrugged it off and continued. The first time the trail looped back on itself, I did not realize it immediately. I recognized a cluster of rocks near the edge of the path, arranged in a way that caught my eye earlier. When I saw them again, my initial reaction was mild confusion. Trails sometimes double back briefly, especially on ridges where terrain limits options. I checked my map. According to it, the path should have curved east, not west, but the GPS dots still showed me moving forward. I told myself the map data was slightly off. The second time I passed the same spot, I stopped. I stood there, staring at the rocks, my mind trying to reconcile what I was seeing with what I believed to be true. The fog was thicker now, enough that the forest beyond the trail dissolved into a gray wall. I could only see about 30 feet in any direction. The trees closest to me looked subtly wrong. Not distorted, exactly, but flattened, as if depth itself had been reduced. I checked my watch. 11:47 a.m. I turned around and walked back the way I had come for several minutes, then stopped and turned again, returning to the rocks for a third time. That was when I felt the first real spike of fear. I pulled out my phone and opened the map application. The GPS signal was strong. According to the screen, I was progressing along the loop exactly as intended. There was no indication of backtracking or circling. The compass needle pointed north when I faced uphill, just as it should have. I looked up from the phone, and for a moment, the forest seemed to shift. I don't mean that in a dramatic way. There was no visible movement, no trees sliding across the ground. It was more like a change in emphasis, the way a picture looks different when you adjust your focus. Paths that had seemed obvious moments before now felt ambiguous. The fog thickened another degree, erasing the far edges of the trail until it felt less like a corridor and more like a suggestion. I told myself, firmly, that I was tired and overthinking. I chose a direction and walked. Within 10 minutes, I emerged into a small clearing with a fallen log. I distinctly remembered sitting on earlier to eat a snack. The memory was clear enough that I could recall the texture of the bark under my fingers. I checked my watch again. 12:03 p.m. I had not eaten lunch yet. At that point, I stopped trying to rationalize the situation and focused instead on observation. Something was wrong, but panic would only make it worse. I sat on the log, took out my notebook, and wrote down what I knew for certain: the time, the weather, my last confirmed location. Writing grounded me, slowed my breathing. As I wrote, the fog crept closer to the clearing, curling around the edges like water filling a shallow bowl. The trees at the perimeter blurred into pale vertical smears. When I finished writing, I stood and shouldered my pack, deciding to leave the trail entirely and cut straight downhill toward what should have been a stream marked on my map. Following water is a basic survival rule. Streams don't rearrange themselves. I took 3 steps off the trail. The ground beneath my boots felt wrong. Not unstable, but resistant, like walking against a strong current. Each step required more effort than it should have. I took another step, then another, forcing myself forward. The fog closed in behind me, swallowing the trail from view. After what felt like several minutes of careful walking, I pushed past a cluster of low branches and found myself standing back on the trail. The same section of trail, the same clearing, the same fallen log. I froze. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I turned slowly, scanning the forest. The fog seemed thicker now, dense enough, and it reflected light rather than letting it pass. Everything beyond a short distance was featureless gray. That was when I realized something else. The fog was not uniform. It was denser between the trees than above, than layered in a way that obscured depth, but preserved vertical structure. It felt intentional, like someone had rearranged the forest to be viewed from a specific angle and nowhere else. The third time the trail looped, I did not bother pretending it was coincidence. I walked deliberately, counting steps, marking trees with small scratches from a multi-tool I carried. I watched each mark disappear into the fog behind me, then reappear ahead, exactly as I had made it. The forest was rearranging itself, not violently, not visibly, but persistently, patiently, like a puzzle being solved over and over with the same incorrect answer. At 12:58 p.m., my phone buzzed. For a moment, relief flooded me. A signal. Contact. Proof that the world beyond the fog still existed. The screen lit up with a notification I didn't recognize. It was a step counter alert. You've completed 10 miles. I stared at the message, my hands shaking. According to my watch, I had walked less than 5. I looked up, opening my mouth to call out for help, though I had no idea who I expected to answer. The fog thickened again, swallowing the sound before it left my throat. And standing there, alone on a trail that refused to let me leave, I understood something with chilling clarity. The forest was not lost. I stood in the middle of the trail for a long time, after that realization settled in. Long enough that my legs began to ache from standing still. Long enough that the fog stopped feeling like weather and started feeling like architecture. It wasn't just around me. It defined the space I was allowed to occupy. I checked my watch again. 1:06 p.m. Time was still moving forward. That detail mattered. It meant this wasn't a dream, wasn't some suspended moment where rules had been discarded entirely. The problem wasn't time. It was space. I forced myself to breathe slowly and evenly. In through the nose, out through the mouth. I'd taken a basic wilderness safety course years earlier, and the first rule drilled into us was simple. Panic accelerates mistakes. So I treated this like a system failure. Something had changed. My job was to identify what still worked. The trail, for one, still existed. It had boundaries. It could be walked. The fog did not choke me or blind me completely. My phone still functioned. My watch still ticked. My body still obeyed me. I started walking again, but this time I did not try to escape. I followed the trail exactly as it presented itself, resisting the urge to rush. I wanted to see what would happen if I stopped fighting the loop. Within minutes, I recognized the clearing again. I nodded to myself, as if confirming a hypothesis. At the edge of the clearing, something new waited for me. A rock cairn stood beside the trail, 3 stones stacked neatly. I was certain it hadn't been there before. Cairns are uncommon on maintained trails, and I would have noticed it earlier. I crouched beside it and touched the top stone. It was cold, damp with fog. I looked back down the trail. The cairn remained in my peripheral vision longer than it should have. When I turned fully toward it again, it was gone. The space where it had been was empty, the ground undisturbed. My breath caught despite my efforts to stay calm. The forest was no longer just looping. It was editing. I resumed walking, heart pounding now despite myself. The fog thickened as the afternoon wore on, reducing the world to a narrow tunnel of visibility. I began to feel disoriented, not because I couldn't see far, but because depth itself felt unreliable. Trees looked closer than they were. The trail felt shorter, then longer, without changing pace. At 20:14 p.m., I heard footsteps. They were faint at first, nearly lost beneath the soft hush of my own movement. I stopped walking. The footsteps stopped too. I waited, counted my breaths. 1, 2, 3. I took a single step forward. A matching step followed behind me, perfectly timed. I turned sharply, heart racing. The trail behind me was empty. I did not scream. I did not call out. I simply stood there, listening, every muscle in my body tense. The fog between the trees looked thicker in that direction, almost opaque. I whispered, "Hello." The word vanished into the gray without echo or reply. I told myself the sound had been my own footsteps, delayed by fog, by terrain, by stress. That explanation was thin, but it was all I had. I kept moving. The footsteps followed intermittently after that. Never constant. Never close enough to pinpoint. Always stopping when I stopped. Always starting when I did. By 300 p.m., the light had begun to shift. The sun should have been high, but the forest felt dim, as though evening were approaching too early. Shadows stretched in directions that did not match the slope of the land. I decided then to leave markers I could not miss. I tore strips of bright fabric from the inside lining of my pack and tied them to branches at eye level as I walked. The color stood out sharply against the muted forest. There would be no mistaking them. I tied 3 before reaching the clearing again. All 3 were already there. Not behind me. Ahead of me. They hung from branches I had not yet passed, the knots identical to the ones I had just tied, the fabric frayed in the same uneven way. My stomach turned. The footsteps grew closer after that. Close enough that I could hear the slife of soles on dirt, the subtle pause that matched my own hesitation. I sped up. So did they. I slowed. They slowed. At one point, I stopped abruptly and turned, heart hammering, expecting, hoping, to finally see something. There was nothing, but the fog in front of me shifted briefly like someone stepping aside. I backed away, shaking. "No," I said aloud, my voice hoarse. "No. No, no." The word felt small and useless in the open air. I tried calling for help then. I shouted until my throat burned, until my voice cracked and faded. The sound did not carry. It felt absorbed, as if the fog itself were swallowing it. At 4:11 p.m., my phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't a notification. It was a text message. There was no sender listed. The message contained a single sentence. "You already tried that." My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the phone. I stared at the screen, waiting for something else to appear, but it remained blank after that. No time stamp. No delivery information. Just the sentence. I locked the phone and shoved it into my pocket, suddenly afraid of it. The footsteps stopped after that. The silence that followed was worse. By the time the light began to fade in earnest, I felt hollowed out. Like I had been walking not just through space, but through repetitions of myself, shedding something each time. My thoughts came slower. My memories blurred at the edges. I sat down on the fallen log again, exhausted. The fog pressed close, filling the clearing until the trees were only faint silhouettes. I hugged my knees to my chest, trying to conserve warmth, though I wasn't cold yet. That was when I heard my name. It came from ahead on the trail, spoken softly, carefully, as if not to startle me. "Rachel." I froze. The voice was female. Calm, familiar, my own. I did not answer. I pressed my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, as if that might make it go away. "Rachel," the voice said again, closer now. "You're walking the wrong way." I shook my head violently. "Stop," I whispered. "Please stop." The footsteps resumed, no longer trying to hide. I stood and ran. I don't know how long I ran. The trail stretched and bent beneath my feet, the fog rushing past in a blur. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. I didn't stop until I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands raw against the dirt. When I looked up, the fog had thinned slightly. Ahead of me, I saw the parking lot. My truck sat exactly where I had left it. The other two vehicles were gone. The trailhead sign stood solid and familiar, its edges sharp and real. A sob tore out of me before I could stop it. I scrambled to my feet and staggered forward, half laughing, half crying, every nerve in my body buzzing with relief. I crossed the threshold from dirt to asphalt. The fog stopped at the edge of the lot. I fumbled with my keys, hands slick with sweat, and unlocked the truck. I climbed inside, slammed the door, and locked it immediately, as if something might follow me. For a long moment I just sat there, breathing hard, staring through the windshield. The forest beyond the lot looked normal, still foggy, but distant, passive. I checked my watch. 6:27 p.m. I started the engine. The dashboard clock flickered, then reset itself to 1200. My phone buzzed one last time. Another message: "You always make it this far." My heart dropped. I looked up slowly. The fog was moving again, creeping across the asphalt in a low, steady tide. The trailhead sign blurred, its letters smearing into unreadable shapes. The trees at the edge of the lot shifted, their spacing subtly wrong. The engine died. The last thing I remember clearly is stepping back out of the truck, keys still in my hand, drawn forward by a certainty I didn't understand. When I looked down, my boots were already on the trail. If you are reading this because my name is still Rachel Stein, then the loop has not finished yet. And if the fog feels like it's watching you, turn back now, while you still remember where you started. My name is Thomas Arroy. I am 36 years old, a civil surveyor by profession. And until last fall I had never believed that silence could behave like a living thing. I am writing this now because what happened to me did not end when I left the forest, and because official reports, filed neatly and signed by people with titles, do not capture the way a human voice can dismantle you when it knows too much. I entered the park just after sunrise, signed the trail register with my full name, and noted my destination as a routine boundary survey along a decommissioned maintenance route. This was contract work, dull and procedural, the kind of job that relies on GPS points, flagging tape, and patience. I was alone, which was standard. The weather was clear, late autumn cold, the sort that sharpens the air without threatening snow. I wore a charcoal thermal jacket, dark green field pants, and a knit cap I'd owned for years. None of this felt noteworthy at the time. My primary radio had failed the night before. Battery corrosion, internal damage, something like that. At the Ranger substation, a seasonal employee loaned me an older handheld transmitter. He tested it, handed it over, and warned me the range was unreliable. I thanked him, signed a form, clipped the radio to my pack strap, and thought no more about it. The trail was narrow and under-used, gradually losing its definition as it followed the ridge line. Fallen needles muffled my steps. I moved slowly, stopping to mark coordinates, take photos, and log measurements. By late morning, I was several miles from the nearest maintained road. My phone had no signal, which I expected. The radio was my only line outward. Around noon, the light shifted. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed it. Clouds rolled in from the west, flattening the color of the landscape. Sound dulled. Wind that had been threading through the branches went still. It felt like the forest had drawn in a breath and decided not to release it. I checked my watch, made a note in my logbook, and continued downslope toward a cut in the terrain where an old service spur once branched off. According to outdated maps, there should have been a small clearing. Instead, I found dense growth and no visible trail. That wasn't unusual. What unsettled me was the way my sense of direction faltered. My compass needle wavered, then steadied, then wavered again. I stopped walking. Silence pressed in, thick enough that I could hear my own breathing too clearly. I told myself this was nerves, nothing more, and forced myself to keep moving. An hour later, I realized I had overshot my intended coordinates. The slope steepened. The trees grew closer together, and the ground away more sharply than expected. I should have been trending north, northeast. My GPS suggested otherwise, then recalibrated, then froze. That was when I decided to call in. I unclipped the borrowed transmitter, extended the antenna, and switched to the designated ranger frequency. The device crackled with static, low and uneven. I pressed the transmit button. "This is Thomas Elroy," I said, keeping my voice level. "I'm conducting a boundary survey off the old maintenance spur. My primary radio failed. I'm checking in to confirm position and request guidance back to a marked trail." The static paused. Then someone answered immediately. "Copy that," a man's voice said. Calm, professional, too clear for the terrain I was in. "Before we proceed, confirm you're wearing a dark jacket, green trousers, and a gray knit cap." I did not respond. My thumb remained pressed against the transmit button, but no sound came out of me. The forest felt closer, as if the trees had shifted inward by inches. I released the button and stared at the radio, waiting for more static, for interference, for anything that would make this feel like a misunderstanding. The voice returned without prompting. "You can take your hand off the button, Thomas," it said. "I can still hear you." My heart rate spiked hard enough that I felt lightheaded. I raised my head and scanned the slope around me. There was no movement, no figures, no unnatural sound, just trees, shadow, and the faint smell of damp soil. I pressed the button again. "Identify yourself," I said. "What station is this?" There was a pause this time, long enough that hope flared, thin and irrational. Then the voice came back, slightly closer, as if the speaker had leaned toward a microphone. "You borrowed that transmitter from the South substation," it said. "Serial number ends in 472. The antenna bends slightly to the left. You adjusted it twice already." My mouth went dry. That information was not broadcast. Not something a dispatcher would volunteer. Not something they should know. "I need you to stop," I said. "This channel is for emergency use only." A quiet sound followed. Not laughter. More like a breath being released through a smile. "You're standing just uphill from a shallow ravine," the voice said. "There's a fallen pine behind you, snapped halfway up the trunk. If you turn your head to the right, you'll see exposed roots." I turned despite myself. The description was exact. My fingers trembled as I lowered the radio. For a moment, I considered throwing it as far as I could, leaving it in the undergrowth and walking away. But the idea of moving without knowing who or what was tracking me felt worse. I raised the transmitter again. "How do you know where I am?" I asked. Static washed over the channel, then faded. "We've been listening for a while," the voice replied. "You walk carefully. You favor your left foot. There's a tear on the back of your right pant leg. You haven't noticed it yet. I reached back with one hand and felt the fabric. There was a tear, small but real, caught on a thorn earlier in the day. My breathing grew shallow. I could hear blood rushing in my ears, the way it does before panic takes hold. "This isn't funny," I said, and hated how thin my voice sounded. "If you're nearby, identify yourself now." "No one is nearby," the voice said gently. "That's why you borrowed the radio." I backed up until my calves brushed the fallen pine. The forest still looked empty, but the emptiness felt staged, like a set dressed to look abandoned. I switched frequencies, cycling through channels the ranger had mentioned offhand. Each one crackled with the same thin static. On every channel, the voice answered. "You won't lose me that way," it said. "That radio doesn't transmit where you think it does." I shut the device off completely. For a few seconds, there was only my breathing and the quiet press of the woods. Relief surged, sharp and desperate. Then the radio turned itself back on. The display flickered to life. Static poured out, followed by the same voice, now softer. "There we are," it said. "I was worried you'd get turned around again." My legs felt weak. I sat down hard on the fallen pine. The bark cold through my pants. I pressed the power button repeatedly. Nothing changed. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "What do you want?" Another pause. When the voice returned, it sounded almost thoughtful. "I want you to keep moving," it said. "If you stop for too long, you'll start noticing things you're better off ignoring." The words settled into me with uncomfortable weight. "I'm calling this in when I get out," I said. "Every detail." "You won't remember all of them," the voice replied. "You already don't." That was when I realized something else was wrong. My logbook lay open beside me, but the last entry I clearly remembered making was from over an hour ago. Several pages beyond that were filled with my handwriting. Coordinates, notes, observations I did not recall writing. The radio crackled softly, like a patient presence. "Stand up, Thomas," the voice said. "There's a trail just ahead. It isn't on your map, but it will take you where you need to go." I stood legs unsteady and looked downslope. Between the trees, I could see a narrow path pressed into the earth, subtle but unmistakable, leading away from my planned route. I knew, with a certainty that frightened me, that I had not seen that path before. The radio remained warm against my chest, humming quietly, as if listening. And despite every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to run uphill, to break into the open no matter the cost, I took a step toward the unfamiliar trail, because the voice already knew that I would. I stepped onto the unfamiliar trail, because stopping felt more dangerous than choosing the wrong direction. The ground under my boots was compacted, slightly damp, as if it had been walked recently despite the absence of any markers or signs of maintenance. The path curved gently between the trees, avoiding roots and loose stone with an efficiency that suggested intention. I did not remember seeing it when I passed this area earlier, but memory already felt unreliable, thin at the edges. The radio rested against my chest, warm through the fabric of my jacket. I hadn't touched it since the last transmission, yet a faint hum persisted, subtle enough that I could have mistaken it for blood rushing in my ears if I hadn't pressed my palm against the casing to be sure. The forest around me remained quiet in a way that felt curated rather than natural. No wind, No birds. Even my footsteps seemed absorbed before they could echo. I focused on walking, breathing in through my nose, out through my mouth, keeping a steady pace. The trail sloped downward, shallow but persistent, and with each step the air grew heavier. The smell of damp soil deepened, layered with something faintly metallic that clung to the back of my throat. After several minutes, the radio crackled. "You're still with me," the voice said. I didn't answer. I kept my eyes on the path ahead, watching where the soil darkened and where it lightened again, noting the way the trail subtly narrowed and widened as if adjusting to me. "That's fine," the voice continued. "You don't have to talk yet. Listening is enough." My jaw tightened. I resisted the urge to tear the radio from my pack and smash it against the nearest tree. Whatever was happening did not feel tied to the device alone. Destroying it felt like the kind of impulsive decision people made just before things got worse. The trail leveled out briefly before bending again, this time to the left. I glanced back once, just long enough to confirm that the path behind me looked less distinct than it had moments earlier. The edges blurred into the surrounding ground, as if the forest were already reclaiming it. "You shouldn't look back," the voice said, mild but firm. "It makes it harder to agree on where you were." "Agree with who?" I asked before I could stop myself. The radio hissed softly. "With yourself?" the voice replied. The answer made no sense, and that frightened me more than if it had. I picked up my pace, boots striking the sole a little harder now. My breathing grew louder in my ears. I tried to recall the last, clearly defined landmark I had passed, something solid I could anchor myself to, but the memory slipped when I reached for it. The trail descended into a shallow basin. The temperature dropped noticeably, the air settling cold against my skin. Trees rimmed the depression, spaced unevenly, their trunks leaning at slightly inconsistent angles that made my depth perception feel off. In the center of the basin was a patch of bare earth, darker than the surrounding ground, as if it had been disturbed recently. I slowed to a stop at the edge. "Don't go any farther," the voice said, sharper now. I froze. The clearing felt wrong. Not overtly threatening, not dramatic, but attentive. Like a room that knew when someone had entered it. My skin prickled, and a dull pressure built behind my eyes. "What is this?" I asked. The radio crackled, then went quiet for several seconds. When the voice returned, it sounded strained. "This is where things start to overlap," it said. "You don't want to stand in the middle of that." "Overlap with what?" "With records," the voice said. "With impressions. With versions that didn't quite finish leaving." A sound came from the far side of the basin. Not footsteps. Not movement in the traditional sense. More like air being displaced slowly, deliberately. The bare earth in the center of the clearing shifted slightly, as if something beneath it had exhaled. I took a step back without breaking eye contact with the clearing. "Keep moving," the voice said quickly. "But stay on the edge. Don't commit." My heart pounded hard enough that I felt lightheaded. I backed away, following the curve of the basin instead of cutting across it. The sound diminished, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible vibration I felt through the soles of my boots. "Why did you bring me here?" I asked. "You were already close," the voice replied. "And you're good at following paths, even when they aren't written down." "That doesn't answer my question." "No," the voice said. but it explains the choice. As I moved away from the basin, the pressure in my head eased slightly. The trail narrowed again, climbing now, the ground firmer underfoot. I became aware of how tense my body was, every muscle held tight, waiting for something else to go wrong. You described what you were wearing earlier. The voice said after a while. That helped. Helped with what? With staying consistent, it said. Details anchor you. I swallowed. Anchor me to what? To yourself, the voice replied. As long as you're specific, you're harder to confuse. The implication settled into me slowly, cold and unwelcome. I thought of the way the voice had known what I was wearing before I spoke. The way it had described my surroundings with impossible accuracy. The way my own logbook entries had appeared without my memory of writing them. How long have you been doing this? I asked. There was a long pause. Longer than most people realize, the voice said. Shorter than the forest. The trail crested a small rise. And through the trees I saw something familiar, a stand of forked trunks I recognized from earlier that day. Relief surged through me so quickly it almost brought me to my knees. You're nearly back on a maintained route, the voice said. Once you see a marker, you won't need me anymore. And you? I asked. What happens to you? Static washed over the channel, soft but persistent. I stay where the signal still works, the voice said. Someone has to answer when the wrong radios get turned on. The trail widened. The ground leveled. I spotted a faded blaze on a tree ahead. The mark dull but unmistakable. Normal forest sounds began to seep back in. Wind through branches, the distant call of a bird. The oppressive stillness loosened its grip. I stepped onto the main trail and shut the radio off. It stayed silent. I didn't stop walking until I reached the trailhead. Rangers met me there, concerned by my late return and my shaken state. I told them what I could, though the words felt thin, inadequate. They tested the borrowed transmitter. It functioned normally. No unauthorized channels, no anomalies. The seasonal employee did not remember lending it to me. When my logbook was returned, several pages were missing. Sometimes now late at night, when the air goes quiet in a particular way, I think I hear static just beyond the edge of my hearing. And beneath it, a calm, practiced voice, waiting for someone else to press a button. Describe themselves out loud and stay specific long enough to make it back out. Because the forest remembers details, and it hates when they don't match. My name is Mira Collins. I am 32 years old, a graduate student in environmental policy, and I have spent most of my adult life walking trails that most people avoid. I am not reckless, and I am not inexperienced. I keep printed maps even when I download GPS files. I log my routes with timestamps. I tell at least 2 people exactly where I am going and when I expect to return. I did all of that the morning this happened, because at the time there was nothing unusual about the hike I had planned. I arrived at the trailhead just after sunrise. The parking lot was empty except for my car and an old Ranger truck, parked crookedly near the signboard. There was fog, but it was light and low, the kind that sits in shallow pockets and lifts as the air warms. I signed the register, noted my intended loop, checked the weather one last time, and started walking. The forest was quiet in a normal way. No wind, no birds yet. Just the sound of my boots on damp dirt, and the soft click of my trekking poles. The first hour passed without incident. The trail was clearly marked and familiar, winding gently through mixed pine and hardwood, following a shallow ridge. I remember thinking how ordinary everything felt. That detail matters, because nothing about the beginning of this day suggested how it would end. The fog thickened gradually, not all at once. It crept in between the trees and stretched thin across the trail like gauze. Visibility dropped, but not enough to be alarming. I could still see the path 10 or 15 yards ahead. I slowed my pace, more out of caution than fear, and kept moving. The first time I noticed something wrong, I assumed it was a trick of perspective. The fog thinned briefly, as if a breath had passed through it, and I caught a glimpse of movement off to my left. When I looked more carefully, I saw what appeared to be a narrow path, branching away from the main trail. It was faint, barely more than compressed leaves and disturbed soil, but it looked intentional, like something that had been walked recently. I stopped and checked my map. There was no side trail marked there. I looked for a blaze or sign, anything to indicate an official spur, but found nothing. That, by itself, wasn't strange. Unofficial paths exist everywhere, made by hikers, hunters, or maintenance crews. I shrugged it off and continued forward. A few minutes later, the fog shifted again. This time, when the air cleared, I could see not one, but several paths branching off the trail ahead of me. They fanned outward like the ribs of a leaf, each one distinct, each one cutting cleanly through the undergrowth. I stood still and counted them. There were at least a dozen, maybe more, extending in different directions, some angling uphill, others dropping away into the trees. I felt a brief, sharp jolt of confusion. I was certain I had not seen them moments earlier. I turned slowly in a full circle, trying to orient myself. The main trail was still beneath my feet. The ridge was still there. Nothing else had changed. I told myself the fog was playing with depth perception. That was the only explanation that made sense. When the mist thickens and thins unevenly, it can reveal features in stages, making it seem as if things appear suddenly when they were always there. I stepped forward. As soon as I did, the fog closed in again, swallowing the side paths. When it thinned a few steps later, the trail ahead was singular once more, uninterrupted and familiar. I stopped walking and waited. My heart rate slowed. I felt a little foolish for letting my imagination run ahead of me. I continued on. This pattern repeated itself over the next half hour. Every time the fog thinned, the number of branching paths increased. They never appeared when the mist was dense. They only revealed themselves in those brief windows of clarity, like something being shown deliberately and then hidden again. I began to mark my position with small, practical gestures. I took photos of the trail whenever it cleared. I dropped a bright strip of survey tape from my pack and tied it to a low branch. I checked my GPS, which insisted I was exactly where I should be. The signal was strong. The map showed no anomalies. Still, the unease grew. The paths themselves were not identical. Some were narrow, barely wide enough for a single person. Others were broad, as if many feet had passed that way. A few showed signs of recent disturbance, freshly broken twigs, damp soil without leaf cover. I noticed something else. None of the paths overlapped. They never crossed or intersected with one another. Each one branched cleanly away from the main trail and disappeared into the fog. I tried to follow one with my eyes as far as I could. The fog thickened just enough to obscure the end of it, like a curtain drawn at precisely the right distance. At that point, I decided to turn back. Not because I felt immediate danger, but because continuing forward no longer felt sensible. I retraced my steps carefully, watching for the survey tape I had left. I didn't see it. I walked faster, scanning the trees, checking both sides of the trail. The tape was fluorescent orange. It should have been impossible to miss. I reached the spot where I knew I had tied it. The branch was there. The knot was not. The fog thinned again. This time, the forest opened up into a maze of paths so dense and numerous that I couldn't count them. They filled the space around me, radiating outward in every direction, some so close together that only a few feet separated them. The main trail beneath my boots felt suddenly insignificant, just one option among dozens. I felt a tightness in my chest that had nothing to do with exertion. I stood very still, afraid that if I moved too quickly, I might lose my sense of direction entirely. I told myself out loud that I was going to stay on the main trail. Hearing my own voice helped ground me. The sound carried oddly in the fog, slightly muted but not distorted. I took a breath and stepped forward. The fog closed. When it lifted again, the main trail was gone. I was standing at a junction, surrounded by paths on all sides. The ground beneath my feet was worn and compacted, but there was no clear indication of which direction I had been traveling. The trees looked the same in every direction. My GPS screen flickered once, then refreshed, still showing my location on the original trail. I turned slowly, trying to match the terrain to the map. Nothing lined up. The ridge felt wrong. The slope of the ground was inconsistent, tilting subtly in ways that didn't match my memory. I called out, half expecting to hear another hiker respond. My voice disappeared into the fog. I tried to backtrack, choosing the path that felt most familiar. After a few minutes of walking, the fog thinned, and I found myself at another branching point, nearly identical to the first. More paths, different angles, same trees. Panic didn't hit all at once. It crept in, layered beneath my thoughts, making each decision feel heavier than the last. I forced myself to slow down. I knew the worst thing I could do was rush. I checked my watch. It was still morning. Only a few hours had passed since I started. The idea that I could be lost this quickly felt impossible, and yet there I was. I tried a different approach. Instead of choosing paths at random, I picked one and followed it until the fog thickened again. I stopped whenever visibility dropped, refusing to move until I could see clearly. Each time the fog thinned, the path I was on either split into several new ones, or ended abruptly, forcing me to choose again. I began to notice patterns. The paths that sloped downward felt colder, the air heavier. The ones that climbed seemed longer than they should be, stretching on without changing elevation. None of them showed signs of leading back to a familiar landmark. At one point, I found a footprint in the mud. It was fresh, sharply defined, the tread pattern unmistakably human. Relief surged through me. I followed it eagerly, only to realize after several steps that it was my own boot print, mirrored as if I had walked in that direction before. I hadn't. My breathing became shallow. I sat down on a fallen log and forced myself to eat something, to drink water. To act like this was a normal navigation error. I told myself that the fog would lift eventually. Fog always does. When it thinned again, I saw more paths than ever before. They weren't just branching from the ground now. Some seemed to cut between trees at unnatural angles, their beginnings unclear, as if they had been laid over the forest rather than carved into it. The sight of them made my stomach turn. I stood up, gripping my trekking poles too tightly. I chose the straightest path I could see and started walking, committing to it fully. That was when I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, matching my pace exactly. I stopped. The footsteps stopped too. I didn't turn around. I don't know how long I stood there, listening to my own pulse thud in my ears, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, the fog thickened once more, and the sound disappeared. When it cleared, the path ahead of me had split again, multiplying into more choices than I could process. I realized then that whatever was happening was not random. The paths were not simply appearing. They were responding to my movement, to my decisions, to me. That understanding settled over me like a weight, heavy and inescapable. I was no longer walking through the forest. The forest was rearranging itself around me, and I had no idea how to make it stop. I forced myself to keep moving. Standing still made the silence heavier, as if the forest noticed my hesitation and leaned closer in response. I picked a path that angled slightly uphill, choosing it not because it felt right, but because it was the only option that didn't immediately vanish into denser fog. Each step felt measured, deliberate. I counted them under my breath, a quiet rhythm to anchor myself. The ground here was firmer, less leaf-covered, as though it had been walked often. Yet there were no fresh footprints ahead of me. That contradiction nagged at the back of my mind. The fog thinned again, and the path I was on widened abruptly, opening into another branching point. More trails, more choices. They surrounded me in a rough circle, their entrances spaced evenly, almost symmetrical. I turned slowly, scanning them, and felt a wave of dizziness when I realized they all looked equally worn. I checked my watch again. Less time had passed than it felt like. My phone showed the same thing. The rational part of my mind clung to that detail. Time was still behaving normally. Whatever this was, it hadn't taken that from me. I called for help. My voice sounded wrong in the fog, flatter than it should have been, like it had been pressed down. I waited, holding my breath, but nothing answered. No echo, no distant shout. Not even the rustle of an animal moving away. I started walking again, choosing a path almost at random. The farther I went, the more the forest seemed to repeat itself. The same cluster of rocks. The same fallen log snapped at an identical angle. Once, I passed a tree with a distinctive scar on its trunk, a pale streak where bark had been torn away. 10 minutes later, I saw the same tree again. Scar and all, standing beside a different path. I stopped abruptly, my heart pounding. I walked back a few steps, then forward again, confirming what I already knew. The tree hadn't moved. The path had. That was the moment panic fully set in. My breathing became shallow and quick. My hands trembled as I tightened the straps of my pack, grounding myself in physical sensation. I told myself to focus on what I could control. I had food. I had water. I had layers. I had daylight. I took out my map, unfolded it carefully, and laid it across my knees. The paper fluttered slightly in the still air. I traced my planned route with my finger, noting landmarks. Elevation changes, distances. None of it matched what I was seeing. According to the map, there should have been a creek nearby. I couldn't hear water anywhere. I stood and turned in a slow circle, listening intently. The forest was too quiet. Even in fog. There should have been something. Wind in the canopy, birds shifting, insects. Instead, there was only my own movement and the soft, unsettling hush that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it. I made a decision then. If the paths were reacting to my choices, then maybe choosing nothing was safer. I stepped off the trail entirely and pushed through the undergrowth, moving perpendicular to the nearest path. Branches scraped at my sleeves. Wet leaves soaked my boots. The ground dipped and rose unevenly, but it felt more real, less curated. The fog resisted me. It thickened almost immediately, clinging low and heavy, reducing visibility to a few feet. I kept going anyway, forcing myself through ferns and fallen branches until my legs burned. When the fog thinned again, I was back on a path. I stood there, stunned, staring down at the familiar packed dirt beneath my boots. It was narrower than the others, but unmistakably a trail. I looked behind me. The undergrowth I had pushed through was gone, replaced by more branching paths. A laugh escaped me, sharp and humorless. It echoed strangely, breaking apart as it traveled. I understood then that leaving the paths was not an option. Whatever mechanism was at work here, natural or otherwise, it was insisting that I stay within its structure. I tried to think like a researcher, like the version of myself who studied systems and patterns. If the forest was rearranging itself, there had to be rules. I began to test them. I walked quickly down one path, then stopped abruptly. The fog thickened, then thinned. The path ahead split into three. I turned around and walked back the way I came. The fog followed the movement, closing and opening like a lung. When it cleared, the path behind me had also split, multiplying my options. I chose the leftmost path consistently, several times in a row, marking each choice mentally. After the fifth turn, I found myself at a familiar-looking junction. I recognized the fallen log, the shape of the clearing. I had been there before. That suggested loops were possible, even likely. That was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting, because it meant I wasn't being pushed endlessly deeper. Terrifying, because it meant I could wander forever without reaching an exit. My radio crackled suddenly, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. I hadn't even realized I'd turned it on. "Mira Collins," a voice said. Relief surged through me, so strong it made my knees weak. I brought the radio to my mouth with shaking hands. "This is Mira Collins," I replied. "I'm lost. I'm on the ridge loop. There's heavy fog and—" The voice cut me off. "We know where you are," it said calmly. "Stay where you are." Something about that phrasing made my stomach twist. "Can you give me coordinates?" I asked. "My GPS isn't matching the terrain." There was a pause. Static hissed softly. "You're at a junction," the voice said. "Multiple paths. Trees close together. Ground slopes slightly east." I felt cold all over. That description applied to almost every place I had been for the past hour. "Which junction?" I asked. Another pause, longer this time. "The one you chose," the voice said. My grip tightened on the radio. "Who is this?" Static. Then, quieter. "Don't change paths." The transmission ended. I stared at the radio, my pulse roaring in my ears. The channel indicator flickered briefly, then went blank. I tried to raise anyone else, park services, emergency dispatch, anyone, but received only static in return. The fog thinned again. The number of paths around me had increased. They pressed in close now, their entrances almost overlapping, forming a dense web of options. I felt an irrational urge to run, to pick one and sprint until my legs gave out, but I resisted it with everything I had. Instead, I sat down in the middle of the junction and waited. Minutes passed. maybe longer. Time felt slippery, stretching and compressing in ways I couldn't track. My thoughts drifted despite my efforts, looping back to the same questions. How long had this been happening? Had anyone else experienced this? What happened to the people who didn't find their way out? The fog thinned gradually, more gently than before. When it cleared, I noticed something new. Some of the paths looked older than others. Not just more worn, but aged, edges softened. Debris settled in patterns that suggested long-term disuse. A few were nearly reclaimed by the forest, their outlines faint but still visible. An idea formed, tentative but hopeful. If these paths represented choices, maybe the oldest ones were the least used. Maybe they led somewhere people avoided, or somewhere they didn't survive. I stood slowly and walked toward one of the faintest paths, the one that seemed closest to disappearing entirely. As I stepped onto it, the fog surged, thicker than it had been all day. Wrapping around my legs and waist, cold and damp, I kept going. The path narrowed quickly, forcing me to push aside branches and step over roots. The forest felt denser here, less orderly. The ground sloped downward at a steady angle, and the air grew noticeably colder. When the fog finally thinned, I found myself standing at the edge of a clearing I recognized instantly. The trailhead. My car sat exactly where I had left it, alone in the parking lot. The ranger truck was gone. The signboard stood crooked in the same way I remembered. Sunlight filtered weakly through the trees, diffused by the lingering fog. I didn't move at first. I was afraid that if I did, it would vanish like everything else. Eventually, I took a step forward. Then another. The gravel crunched under my boots, a sound so normal it nearly brought me to tears. I reached my car and unlocked it with shaking hands. The interior was cold, as if it hadn't been sitting in the sun at all. I climbed inside, shut the door, and locked it immediately, breathing hard. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, as I started the engine, I noticed something through the windshield. Beyond the parking lot, where the trail began, the fog thinned one last time. I could see dozens of paths branching off from the trailhead, spreading out into the forest like veins. They hadn't been there that morning. They weren't marked on any map. They were waiting. I drove away without looking back again. I didn't stop until I reached a town miles away, where the fog finally lifted completely and the world felt solid again. I reported what happened. I filled out forms. I spoke to rangers in search and rescue personnel who listened politely and exchanged concerned looks. They checked the trail. They found nothing unusual. No extra paths. No disturbances. I was advised to rest, to hydrate, to avoid hiking alone for a while. I followed that advice. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those branching trails clearly, etched into my memory with unsettling precision. And I know, with a certainty I can't explain, that the forest didn't stop rearranging itself. It just learned how to hide the paths when I'm awake. My name is Jonah Price. I am 34 years old, a civil surveyor by profession, and at the time of these events I was legally, verifiably alive. I state that clearly because it matters later. I entered the park that morning under my own name, signed the trail register with my own hand, and showed my driver's license at the ranger station without hesitation. There was nothing unusual about me, my documentation, or my reason for being there. I had a scheduled site inspection, related to an old floodplain mapping project. followed by a short solo hike I had planned weeks in advance. I had hiked alone before. I trusted maps. I trusted daylight. I trusted that reality would remain consistent for the duration of a single day. The weather was cool and dry, with thin cloud cover and no fog. Visibility was excellent. The ranger at the desk reminded me, politely, routinely, to stay on marked trails and to check out before sunset. I acknowledged this, thanked her, and left. The trailhead was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels normal rather than ominous, broken only by wind moving through leaves and the distant sound of water somewhere downhill. My phone had service. My watch showed the correct time. Everything was aligned. The first few miles passed without incident. I followed a well-maintained loop trail, pausing occasionally to take notes and photographs for my work. The forest was mixed hardwood and pine, evenly spaced, with clear undergrowth and no signs of recent storm damage. Around late morning, I left the main loop to take a narrower connector, path that cut across a ridge. I remember this detail because it is where the day begins to slip. About 10 minutes along that connector, I saw the poster. It was nailed to a tree at eye level, printed on weather-resistant paper, corners reinforced with clear tape. It looked official, not homemade. The header read MES SNG, PAR sewn in bold black letters. Below it was a photograph. I stopped walking because my body reacted before my thoughts did. The image was a head and shoulders photo. Neutral background, taken at slight angle, the kind you might see on a license or employee badge. The man in the photograph had my face. Not a resemblance, not similar features. It was me. Down to the faint scar near my left eyebrow, and the uneven way my hair parts when it grows too long. Even the jacket in the photo was one I owned, though I could not remember when the picture might have been taken. My name was printed beneath the photo. Jonah Price, age 34. Last seen. This park. I stepped closer, close enough to see the grain of the paper and the slight bleed of ink where rain had once touched it. My breath was shallow. My first rational thought was that this was a mistake, some kind of cruel prank, or a coincidence amplified by stress. The second thought, immediately following, was that it could not be a coincidence because my full name was not common. The third thought was that I was standing in front of a missing person poster, bearing my face, while I was actively present to observe it. I checked my watch. I checked my phone. Still service. Still the correct date. No missed calls. No emergency alerts. I took a photograph of the poster, framing it carefully, making sure my hands were steady enough that the image would be clear. The phone confirmed the image had saved. I zoomed in on the text. It was legible. It was real. I laughed once quietly, because my brain needed a release. Then I looked around, half expecting someone else to be watching me, waiting to see my reaction. The trail was empty. The forest was unchanged. Birds moved normally. Wind passed through leaves without pause. I considered turning back immediately. That would have been the sensible choice. Instead, I rationalized. Posters can be wrong. Someone could share my name and appearance. It was unlikely, but not impossible. The photograph could be altered. The park covers a large area. Mistakes happen. I told myself all of this while my heart continued to beat too fast. I resumed walking, though I did not pass the poster right away. I circled the tree first, examining the nails. They were driven in recently, the bark not yet darkened around the metal. This was not an old notice left to decay. Someone had put it here within days, maybe hours. I reached out and touched the edge of the paper. It was cool. solid. I moved on. As I walked, I became aware of how quiet my own footsteps sounded. Not silent, but muted, as if the ground were absorbing more sound than it should. I checked my pace, deliberately scuffing a boot against gravel to hear the noise. It sounded normal when I forced it. But when I walked naturally, the sound faded again. I attributed this to the forest floor composition and kept going. The trail markers began to appear closer together than I expected. Not dramatically so, but enough that I noticed. I had walked this type of trail before, and the spacing felt wrong. I checked my map. According to the GPS, I was exactly where I should have been. Elevation correct. Direction correct. Time within expected range. After another bend, I saw a second poster. This one was identical to the first, except the paper was cleaner, the ink darker, as if it had been printed more recently. Same photograph. Same name. Same details. It was nailed to a different tree, facing the trail directly, impossible to miss. I stopped again, longer this time. My mouth was dry. I swallowed and felt it catch. I took another photograph. Then another, from a different angle. I placed my hand next to the poster and took a third photo to establish scale, a habit from my work. My hands were steady. I was calm in the way people become calm when panic stops being useful. I looked back down the trail behind me. I could see the first tree in the distance, its poster partially visible between trunks. Two posters, bearing my face, spaced along a path I was actively walking. That meant something had been arranged with intent, either to mislead someone else or to communicate with me. The idea that the posters were meant for me felt irrational, but it would not leave. I considered calling the ranger station. I even brought my phone up, thumb hovering over the screen. Then I hesitated. I did not know how to explain what I was seeing without sounding unwell. I decided to gather more information first. That decision would haunt me later. The trail descended slightly and opened into a clearing where the sunlight was stronger. In the center stood a wooden information board, the kind that displays maps and safety notices. I approached it with cautious hope. Expecting normality, something grounding, the board displayed a large park map. Below it, tacked neatly in a row, were 5 missing person posters. All of them were me. The photographs varied slightly, different angles, different clothing. In one, I looked tired. In another, I was smiling faintly, a smile I did not remember giving. The dates listed beneath the photos were not the same. They spanned several weeks. The most recent date was today. My legs felt weak. I sat down hard on a nearby log, without taking my eyes off the board. The forest around the clearing was still. Too still. I realized then that I had not heard a bird in several minutes. I stood again and stepped closer. My name was spelled correctly on every poster. My height. My approximate weight. One listed a distinctive watch on my left wrist. I was wearing that watch. A cold understanding began to form, slow and heavy. These posters were not predicting something that would happen. They were documenting something that already had. I backed away from the board and scanned the clearing. The trails leading out of it were marked, but the markers looked subtly altered. The arrows pointed in directions that did not align with the map. I checked my compass. It spun once, then settled, then spun again. I finally called the ranger station. The phone rang twice before someone answered. A woman's voice, calm, professional. I told her my name. I told her where I was. I told her, carefully, that there were missing person posters, bearing my image posted along the trail. There was a pause on the line. Not a dropped call, a deliberate silence. She asked me to repeat my name. I did. Slowly. She asked me to describe what I was wearing. I hesitated, then complied. As I spoke, my throat tightened. When I finished, she repeated my description back to me, word for word, including details I had not mentioned aloud. Then she said, "Sir, according to our records, you were reported missing this morning." I told her that was impossible. She said, "I understand why you would say that." I asked her who reported me missing. She said my name again softly, as if confirming it to herself. Then the line went dead. I stood there holding my phone, staring at the dark screen reflecting my face back at me. The clearing felt smaller now, the trees leaning in without moving. My phone showed no signal. I made a decision then. I would leave the trail. I would return to the ranger station on foot, if necessary. I would follow the most direct route indicated on my map, regardless of trail markers. I took one step, and realized the ground ahead of me showed footprints. They were my footprints. Fresh, leading away from the clearing, down a path I had not yet taken. I followed them because at that point, I needed answers more than safety, and the day was not finished with me yet. I followed the footprints because not following them felt worse. They were clear impressions in damp soil, the tread pattern unmistakably mine, even worn more heavily on the outer heel the way my boots always did. Each step was spaced exactly as I would walk, when tired but focused. The disturbing part was not that they existed. It was that they were too fresh. The edges had not yet softened. Leaves disturbed by passage had not settled back into place. Whatever had made them had passed recently. Minutes ago, at most. I told myself I must have walked this path already and simply forgotten. Fatigue can do strange things to memory. Stress can compress time. That explanation lasted until I realized the footprints were leading downhill at a pace faster than I had been moving all day. The forest grew denser as I followed them. The light dimmed, not suddenly, but gradually enough that I only noticed when I looked up and realized the sun was no longer visible through the canopy. My phone still showed no signal. The time continued to advance normally. Early afternoon. No missing hours. No jumps. Just a steady progression that felt wrong, because of how little ground I seemed to be covering. The footprints never hesitated. They never doubled back. They did not pause where the trail split or narrow. Whoever had made them knew exactly where they were going. At one point, I stopped walking and crouched beside the prints, comparing them to my own boots. Same size, same damage, same small tear along the side seam of the left boot, a defect I had noticed that morning, but had not yet repaired. I stood very still, listening. That was when I heard footsteps ahead of me, not behind. Ahead, they were soft, measured, and unhurried, moving at the same pace the footprints suggested. I called out once, my voice sounding wrong in the thick air, as if the sound were being absorbed before it could travel. "Hello." The footsteps stopped. I waited, heart pounding, every sense sharpened. Then they resumed, slightly faster now. I followed without thinking, fear pushing me forward more effectively than logic ever could. The path narrowed into something less like a trail and more like a worn passage through undergrowth, as if it had been walked just enough times to exist, but not enough to be acknowledged officially. My map showed nothing here. My compass needle drifted again, refusing to settle. I tried to orient myself by slope and sun, but the forest had a way of erasing those cues when it wanted to. I began to notice small details that, suggested preparation. Broken branches placed deliberately at knee height. Stones stacked near the edge of the path, marking turns. Someone had been here many times. Someone had learned how to move through this airhead efficiently. The footsteps ahead of me slowed. I slowed as well, lowering my breathing, placing my feet carefully. I rounded a bend and nearly collided with a wooden structure half hidden among the trees. It was a small shelter. Not a cabin, not a ranger station. More like a crude lean-to, reinforced with tarps and scrap lumber. Built with enough skill to withstand weather, but not meant to be permanent. The ground around it was packed hard with use. The footprints led directly inside. I stood just outside, listening. I could hear breathing. It was my breathing. Same rhythm. Same slight wheeze on the exhale I get when my allergies act up. I pressed a hand against my chest, feeling my lungs move, and heard the sound echoed from within the shelter, perfectly synchronized. I should have run. I know that now. Instead, I stepped inside. The interior was dim but orderly. Supplies were stacked neatly along one wall: bottled water, protein bars, a first aid kit identical to the one in my pack. There was a small notebook on a crate. Open to a page filled with handwriting I recognized immediately as my own. The writing was calm, precise, observational. Notes about trail conditions, about poster placement, about timing. I read one line that made my stomach drop. If you're reading this, you've made it further than last time. I turned another page. The entries were dated. The earliest was several weeks old. The latest was today, written less than an hour ago. Each entry described the same day, the same beginning, the same hike. Variations were noted, changes in route, adjustments in behavior. Outcomes. Some entries ended abruptly. Some were marked with a single word written heavily enough to indent the page. Lost. I felt a presence behind me before I saw anything. The air shifted. The breathing stopped. I turned slowly. He was standing just inside the entrance, blocking the light. He was me. Not a reflection, not an impression. A physical person with my face. My height, my posture. He wore the same clothes, though his were dirtier, more worn. His eyes were tired in a way mine were not yet. Dark circles deeper, expression practiced. He did not look surprised to see me. "You're early," he said. His voice was my voice, tired but steady. "That's good." I demanded to know what this was. What he was. How any of this was possible. My words came out rushed, overlapping, brittle at the edges. He listened patiently. When I finished, he gestured to the notebook. "I asked the same questions," he said. "The first few times." I told him there was no few times. There was only today. He shook his head gently. "That's what I thought too." He explained slowly, as if he had learned that pace mattered. The park, or at least this section of it, did not operate on time the way the rest of the world did. It did not reset everything, only certain things. People who met specific conditions. People like us. Every time I entered the park under the same circumstances, the day began again for a version of me. Most versions never made it past the posters. Some made it further. A few reached the shelter. "And the missing person reports?" I asked. He nodded. "They're real. When one of us doesn't exit before sunset, the park records it. They don't see duplicates. They just see someone who never checked out." I asked him which one of us was the original. He smiled sadly. That question stopped mattering. I noticed then that his left hand was bandaged. Fresh blood had seeped through the cloth. He followed my gaze. "I tried a different route today," he said. "It didn't like that." I asked him what happened to the versions that failed. He did not answer directly. Instead, he handed me the notebook and pointed to a page near the back. There was a crude map drawn there, showing the shelter, the clearing, the ranger station, and a narrow corridor marked in red. "That's the only way out," he said, "and it only opens once." I asked him why he was still here. He met my eyes. "Because only one of us can leave." The weight of that settled over me slowly, heavily. I thought of the posters, the dates, the variations in the photographs. I understood then why some images showed me smiling. Hope had not yet been exhausted in those versions. I asked him how many times he had tried. He shrugged. Enough to know the timing. The light outside the shelter had begun to shift, the quality changing subtly as afternoon leaned toward evening. I felt an urgency I could not explain, like a tide beginning to pull. He stepped aside, clearing the entrance. "You should go," he said. "You still can." I asked him what would happen to him. He looked past me, toward the forest. "I'll keep notes," he said, "for the next one." I wanted to argue, to refuse, to find a way for both of us to leave. But the part of me that was practical, that understood systems and constraints, knew he was telling the truth. I took the notebook. I stepped past him. The air felt lighter immediately, as if I had crossed an invisible boundary. I followed the red-marked route without deviation. The forest resisted, subtly, with fallen branches and misleading sounds, but I ignored everything except the path ahead. The sun dipped lower. My legs burned. My lungs ached. At the edge of the park, near a service road, I crossed an unseen threshold and felt it immediately. The pressure lifted. The forest noise returned. Birds called. Wind moved freely. I did not look back. I reached the ranger station just before sunset. The same woman was at the desk. She looked up, startled, then confused. "You checked out already," she said. I told her I must have forgotten. She frowned, then nodded, making a note. Systems prefer simple explanations. I drove home in silence. That night, I slept poorly but without dreams. The next morning, I checked the park's website. The missing person poster was gone. So was my entry in the trail register. But the notebook sits on my desk as I write this. Pages filled with handwriting that is mine, and not mine. Documenting days that never officially happened. I do not hike anymore. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear footsteps ahead of me. Steady and patient, already knowing the way. My name is Elise Porter. I am 32 years old, a field ecologist by training, and at the time of this account I was employed on a short-term survey contract assessing post-fire vegetation recovery in a federally protected wilderness area. I am not prone to superstition. I have spent years working alone in remote terrain, relying on instruments, maps, and procedure rather than instinct or imagination. What I am describing occurred over the course of a single day, during a routine solo hike that should have ended before nightfall. I am recording it now because the official report submitted does not accurately reflect what happened, and because the one instrument I trusted more than any other failed in a way I still cannot explain. I entered the trailhead shortly after sunrise. Weather conditions were within acceptable parameters: low wind, moderate temperature, and a fog advisory issued for higher elevations, expected to burn off by mid-morning. I signed the register, noted my planned route, and confirmed my estimated return time. I carried standard gear: water, GPS unit, satellite communicator, paper topographic map, and a magnetic compass I had owned for nearly 10 years. That compass had been with me across 3 states and countless surveys. It had never malfunctioned. The trail began clearly enough: a maintained corridor cutting through mixed forest. Visibility was good for the first hour. I recorded observations as I walked, stopping occasionally to photograph regrowth patterns. Around mid-morning, the fog began to descend from the upper ridges. It did not roll in suddenly. It thinned the light first, softening the edges of the trees, then thickened into something closer to a physical presence. Sound dampened. My footsteps became muted, as if absorbed by the ground before they could echo. I checked my GPS. Signal was steady. Coordinates matched my expectations. I continued. About 15 minutes later, the trail curved gently uphill. This was where the fog became denser, pooling between the trunks and settling low to the ground. I slowed my pace. Visibility dropped to perhaps 20 feet. Still within safe margins. I told myself I had navigated worse. It was at this point that I first noticed the compass behaving oddly. I had taken it out to confirm my bearing after a brief stop. The needle wobbled, then spun once, quickly, before settling. I assumed interference. Perhaps a mineral deposit, perhaps my phone too close. I adjusted, waited. The needle steadied again, pointing north as it should. I dismissed the moment and resumed walking. Less than 5 minutes later, the trail seemed to narrow. This was unexpected. According to the map, this section was relatively open. I slowed again, scanning for markers. The fog ahead appeared thicker, darker somehow, as if absorbing light rather than diffusing it. I checked my compass a second time. The needle spun again. This time, it did not stop immediately. It rotated in tight, rapid circles, clicking faintly against the housing. I held the compass level, away from my body. The spinning slowed, then stopped, but not in any orientation that made sense. The needle pointed directly into the fog ahead, not north, not toward any logical bearing. I frowned, recalibrated my sense of direction using the sun. What little of it I could see through the haze. The compass was wrong. I was certain of it. I adjusted my route accordingly, trusting my own orientation over the instrument. I walked another 100 yards before realizing the ground underfoot felt different. The trail surface had changed from packed earth to something softer, uneven. I looked down. My boots were leaving deeper impressions than before, as though the soil had been recently disturbed. I stopped. The fog around me was silent. No wind, no birds, no insects. I turned slowly, scanning for the trail behind me. It was gone. Not obscured, gone. Where the path should have been was only fog and trees arranged too evenly, their spacing almost deliberate. Panic flickered, brief and sharp, before training took over. I took out my GPS again. The screen loaded, then froze. The coordinates displayed were familiar but wrong. Numbers that resembled my location but were slightly off, as if shifted. I took out the compass once more. The needle was still. For a moment, I felt relief. Then I noticed something else. The needle only began to spin when I turned my body toward the fog ahead. When I faced any other direction, it remained still, obedient. I tested this slowly, deliberately. Facing back, still. Facing back, still. Facing right, still. Facing forward. Into the densest part of the fog. The needle spun violently. A cold sensation settled in my chest, not fear exactly, but the awareness that something fundamental had changed. Instruments fail, yes, but they fail randomly. This was directional, specific. I decided to backtrack. Slowly, carefully, I turned around and walked in the direction I believed I had come from. The ground remained soft. The trees remained evenly spaced. After several minutes, the terrain sloped downward, which aligned with my memory of the trail. I began to relax. Then I saw my own footprints. They were ahead of me, not behind. I stopped abruptly. The prints were unmistakably mine, the tread pattern, the spacing. They led forward, deeper into the fog. I turned around, heart pounding, and looked behind me. There were no footprints there at all, just undisturbed soil. I stood still for a full minute, breathing slowly, forcing myself to think. Fog can disorient. Stress can distort perception. I told myself this was a trick of angle, of light. I stepped carefully to the side, off what I assumed was the trail, and made a deliberate mark in the soil with my boot. I turned in a slow circle. The mark was gone. I reached for my satellite communicator. The device powered on, searched for signal, then displayed an error message I had never seen before. No connection. I tried again. Same result. At this point I considered emergency protocol. Sit tight, make myself visible. But visibility was non-existent. The fog pressed close, damp against my skin. I could feel moisture beading on my eyelashes. I took a deep breath and did the one thing I had avoided so far. I faced the fog deliberately and watched the compass. The needle spun faster than before, striking the housing with enough force to produce a faint, rattling sound. I had the sudden, irrational impression that it was trying to escape the casing. I lowered the compass, unwilling to watch any longer. And then I heard something. Footsteps. They were faint, measured, matching the rhythm of my own earlier pace. Not approaching, not retreating. Just there, somewhere within the fog. I held my breath. The sound stopped. I called out, identifying myself, stating my position as best I could. My voice sounded wrong, swallowed almost immediately by the fog. No response came back. I began walking again, choosing a direction at random, counting my steps to maintain some sense of control. After 100 steps, the ground leveled. After 200, I smelled something faint and metallic like wet stone or old iron. The fog thinned slightly, just enough for me to see the shape of something ahead, a trail marker. Relief flooded me. I hurried forward, only to stop short. The marker was familiar. Too familiar. It bore the same scuff marks I remembered noticing earlier that morning. This was not just the same type of marker. It was the same one. I was back where I had started. My watch told me less than an hour had passed since I first noticed the fog thickening. My legs ached as if I had been walking much longer. The fog, if anything, was denser now. I stood there staring at the marker, my mind racing. I checked the compass one last time before making my next decision. The needle was spinning again. But this time, it was spinning no matter which direction I faced. And somewhere behind me, very close now, the sound of footsteps resumed, perfectly matching my own breathing. I did not turn around when I heard the footsteps behind me. Every instinct told me not to. I have been trained to assess risk, to face unknown variables directly, but this felt different. The sound was too precise, too synchronized with my breathing, my subtle shifts of weight. It was not following me. It was matching me. I forced myself to remain still. The fog pressed close, heavy enough that moisture soaked through the shoulders of my jacket. My breath sounded loud in my ears. When I exhaled slowly, the footsteps stopped. When I inhaled again, they resumed, a half second behind my chest expanding. I lowered myself carefully to a crouch, keeping my movements deliberate and quiet. The sound mirrored me exactly. Knees bending, fabric shifting, the soft compression of earth under weight. There was no longer any doubt that whatever was producing that sound was responding to me in real time. I reached back without looking and brushed my fingers through the air behind me. I felt nothing. No warmth, no resistance. Just fog and cold. I stood up again. The sound stood with me. At this point, fear became something colder and more focused. Panic wastes energy. I reminded myself of that. I needed data. I needed confirmation of what was real. I took one step forward. The footsteps followed. I took one step back. They followed again. I turned my head slightly to the side, just enough to let my peripheral vision skim the fog. There was no shape, no silhouette. The trees remained still, their trunks dissolving into gray a few feet above the ground. But the sound persisted, close enough that I could almost feel vibration through the soles of my boots. I spoke again, louder this time, stating my name, my affiliation, my situation. The words felt formal and rehearsed, the way they do during drills. My voice vanished into the fog without echo. The footsteps did not respond. I made a decision then that I regret and understand at the same time. I began walking. I chose the direction opposite the trail marker. I did not consult the compass. I did not trust it anymore. I focused instead on counting steps, on breathing evenly, on maintaining a straight line, based on the position of the trees closest to me. Every step I took was echoed perfectly behind me. After perhaps 50 steps, I noticed something else. The sound behind me was no longer slightly delayed. It was simultaneous. When my foot struck the ground, I heard two impacts at once. My stomach tightened. I stopped abruptly. The sound stopped too. I turned slowly, fully this time, ready to see something I could at least define. There was nothing there. Just fog thick and blank, hanging where a person should have been standing. I stared into it, heart pounding, waiting for some change. The fog shifted subtly as fog does, but there was no outline, no movement that suggested a body retreating. And yet, when I turned back around, the footprints were there again. Two sets, side by side, identical. I backed away until my heels struck something solid. I looked down. A rock outcropping, slick with moisture. I remembered this feature. It was on the map, just beyond a bend in the trail. That meant the trail should have been close. I felt a surge of relief strong enough to make my knees weak. I followed the edge of the rock formation, moving slowly, feeling with my boots until I found the familiar packed earth of the trail beneath the fog. I stepped onto it and paused. The footsteps behind me did not follow. I waited, holding my breath. Silence. I began walking along the trail, keeping one hand extended to brush against tree trunks as I passed, grounding myself in their solidity. The fog remained dense, but the path beneath my feet felt right again. Maintained. Familiar. After several minutes, I dared to look back. There was only one set of footprints now. Mine. I let out a shaky breath and allowed myself a moment to believe I had escaped whatever disorientation had overtaken me. I checked my watch. Early afternoon. Still time to get out if I kept moving. I walked faster, no longer counting steps, focused only on forward motion. The fog began to thin slightly, enough that light filtered through in pale shafts. I could see more of the forest now, and with it came sound. Wind moving through branches. A distant bird call, normality reasserting itself piece by piece. I checked my GPS again. It powered on immediately. Coordinates aligned with the trail. Signal strength was solid. Everything pointed to resolution. I almost laughed. That was when my compass began to spin again. I had not taken it out. It was clipped securely to my pack strap. I felt the vibration through the fabric before I saw it. A faint, rapid clicking, like an insect trapped in plastic. I stopped walking and looked down. The compass needle was rotating so fast it blurred. I unclipped it and held it in front of me. The spinning slowed as long as I kept it close to my chest. When I extended my arm toward the fog ahead, it accelerated again. When I pulled it back, it slowed. The reaction was immediate and unmistakable. Whatever was causing this was still in front of me. I became aware then of how quiet the forest had grown again. The wind had faded. The bird calls had stopped. The fog thickened, reclaiming the space I had just begun to see through. The trail beneath my feet felt softer. I looked down. The packed earth was gone, replaced by the same disturbed soil I had encountered earlier. The trail marker I expected to see ahead did not appear. I turned around. The trail behind me ended abruptly after a few steps, dissolving into fog and evenly spaced trees. I stood there frozen as the realization settled in. The moment I felt safe. The moment I stopped paying attention to every detail. I had been redirected. Not physically moved, perhaps, but guided. Allowed to think I was leaving. I heard the footsteps again. They were no longer behind me. They were all around me, not moving exactly, just present, weight shifting. Fabric brushing against fabric. Breathing that was not mine but followed the same rhythm. I felt pressure then, not on my body but in my head, like the onset of a migraine. A dull, spreading ache that made it hard to focus. I closed my eyes for a moment and immediately regretted it. The darkness behind my eyelids felt deeper than it should have, as if something waited there. I opened my eyes quickly. The fog in front of me had thinned just enough to reveal a shape. It was not a person, not fully. It was a suggestion of one. Assembled from absence rather than substance. Where there should have been detail, there was only distortion, like heat shimmer without heat. I could not make out a face, but I knew without understanding how that it was oriented toward me. The compass needle went still. It pointed directly at the shape. I did not scream. I did not run. I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I stepped backwards slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on where the shape had been. The fog closed in immediately, erasing it. The pressure in my head eased slightly. I continued backing up until my foot struck the rock outcropping again. The trail was there. I did not question it. I turned and walked. Fast but controlled, not looking back. The fog resisted me, thickening as if in protest, but I did not stop. I focused on the sound of my own steps, on the ache in my legs, on the fact that my lungs burned in a way that told me I was still moving through real space. After what felt like an hour, but could not have been more than 20 minutes, the fog began to lift for good. Trees emerged fully. The trail widened. I saw sunlight break through the canopy ahead. I emerged from the fog into clear air and nearly collapsed. I did not stop walking until I reached the trailhead. The register was still there. My entry was unchanged. No additional notes. No indication anyone else had passed through. I sat on the bench beside the signboard and waited for my hands to stop shaking. Later, in the official report, I documented instrument malfunction, temporary disorientation due to fog, and no further incidents. The compass, I wrote, would be inspected. I did not include the footprints. I did not include the sound. I did not include the shape. The compass sits on my desk as I write this. I replaced it, of course. I no longer carry it into the field. Sometimes, when the room is quiet and I am not paying attention, I hear a faint clicking sound, rapid and precise, as if a needle is spinning very fast, trying to point at something just beyond where I am willing to look. My name is Grant Holloway. I am 36 years old, a civil engineer by profession, and at the time of writing this, I have never believed in anything that could not be measured, mapped, or explained through reasonable cause. I have worked with topographical surveys, floodplain analysis, and infrastructure planning for over a decade. I trust data. I trust systems. I trust maps. That trust is the reason I was at the park that morning, and it is also the reason I did not leave when I should have. I entered the park just after sunrise. The weather report from the nearest ranger district listed low visibility due to fog, but nothing severe. No storm warnings. No closures. I signed the trail register at the entrance kiosk, wrote my name, my vehicle plate number, and my intended route. I noted the time, 6:12 a.m. I remember this clearly because I checked my watch twice, irritated that it had fog slightly under the glass, even though it was sealed and rated for worse conditions than this. The map posted beside the register was standard issue, laminated, slightly faded at the edges. It showed one ranger station within the section of the park I planned to hike through, marked by a small green square with the label, North Ridge Ranger Station. According to the map, it sat just under 4 miles from the trailhead, accessible by a short service road, branching off the main path. I studied the map longer than necessary, tracing the lines with my finger, orienting myself to landmarks. Habit. The kind of habit that keeps you alive, or so I believed. The fog was already present when I started walking. It clung low to the ground, thin enough at first that I could still see the trees ahead of me, their trunks thinning gradually, rather than vanishing outright. The forest was quiet in a way that felt ordinary at the time. No wind, no birds. Just the soft sound of my boots on damp soil and the occasional click of small stones shifting underfoot. I told myself it was early. Wildlife would come later. For the first hour, everything matched the map precisely. The trail curved where it was supposed to curve. Elevation changes aligned with the contour lines I remembered. I checked my GPS twice, more out of routine than concern. The signal was weak but present. Coordinates matched my expected position within a reasonable margin of error. I relaxed. I even remember feeling faintly smug about it. The fog thickened gradually, not all at once. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't roll in like a wall. It simply accumulated, layer by layer, until the distance I could see ahead of me shortened, without my fully noticing when it happened. I didn't stop. I didn't turn back. I adjusted my pace and kept moving. At approximately 8:20 a.m., according to my watch, I reached the junction where the service road was supposed to branch off toward the ranger station. The map indicated a simple gravel spur, barely half a mile long. What I found instead was a narrow paved road, cracked but intact, disappearing into the fog at a shallow angle. The asphalt surprised me. The map had not indicated pavement, but that wasn't alarming on its own. Maps aren't always updated. Infrastructure changes. I stepped onto the road and followed it. The first ranger station emerged out of the fog exactly the way you would expect it to. Slowly, incrementally. The outline of the roof first, then the walls, then the windows. It was a single-story structure, dark green siding, white trim. The lights were on inside. Every window glowed a soft yellow. The place looked occupied, maintained, normal. I felt relief. That is important to say. Nothing about the first station frightened me. If anything, it reassured me that the map, while imperfect, had not misled me entirely. I approached the front door and knocked. No answer. I knocked again harder. Still nothing. I tried the handle. Lock. I stepped back and looked around. No vehicles. No footprints in the damp dirt around the building except my own. The radio antenna on the roof was intact. The flagpole beside the building held no flag, but the halyard tapped gently against in the still air, producing a soft, irregular sound that I found oddly comforting. I circled the building once. All doors locked. No signs of forced entry. No notices posted. The lights were on in every room, but through the windows I could see that the interior was empty. Chairs pushed in. Desks clear. It looked as if everyone had simply stepped out and never come back. I told myself they were out on patrol or dealing with an emergency elsewhere. I checked my phone. No signal. Not unusual. I considered waiting, but the fog was thickening further, and I did not want to linger longer than necessary. I decided to continue on foot, assuming I would reconnect with the main trail beyond the station. I followed the road past the building. It curved gently, then straightened. After about 10 minutes of walking, I slowed to a stop. There was another building ahead. At first, I thought I was mistaken. Fog can play tricks on depth perception. I assumed I was seeing a maintenance shed, or perhaps a mirrored angle of the same structure. But as I moved closer, the details became impossible to ignore. It was another ranger station, identical in size and shape to the first. Same green siding, same white trim, same style of windows. The lights were on inside. I stopped walking entirely. I checked my GPS. The coordinates had not changed significantly. Certainly not enough to account for two separate ranger stations. I turned around and looked back the way I had come. The fog was thick, but I could still see the faint glow of lights behind me, marking the location of the first building. I stood between them, heart rate elevated but not panicked, trying to reason through what I was seeing. Prefabricated structures, temporary installations, training facilities. Any explanation that fit within the bounds of reality, I grabbed onto it. I approached the second station. This one was also locked, also empty, also clean. The lights hummed faintly, audible now that I was close enough. The sound was steady, electrical, normal. No dust on the desks. No personal items. No signs of abandonment beyond the complete absence of people. I checked the map again, pulling it from my pack. I unfolded it carefully, smoothing the creases. One ranger station. One. I traced the road with my finger. There was no loop indicated. No cluster of buildings. No secondary access point. That was when I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The map showed the ranger station positioned on the east side of the road. The building I was standing in front of was on the west side. I turned slowly, orienting myself. The first station had also been on the west side. Neither of them matched the map. I told myself the map orientation could be off. That north might not be true north. That I was overthinking it. Engineers do this. We doubt our senses before we doubt our tools. But sometimes we circle back and doubt everything at once. I continued down the road, intending to follow it until it either reconnected with the main trail or ended. I needed clarity. Motion helps with that. The fog grew thicker as I walked. Not dramatically, but persistently. It dampened sound further, until even my own footsteps seemed muffled, as if absorbed by the air itself. The road sloped gently downward. Then I saw the third ranger station. This one appeared closer than the second had, emerging abruptly from the fog rather than gradually. I stopped immediately. My body reacted before my mind caught up. The building was the same as the other two, identical down to the placement of the windows and the angle of the roof. The lights were on. I did not approach right away. I stood still, breathing slowly, listening. There was no movement, no voices, no radio chatter. Just the low hum of electricity and the faint tap of the flag halyard, even though I could not see a flagpole yet. I checked my watch. 10:03 a.m. I checked my GPS again. It lagged, then refreshed. The coordinates flickered, then settled back to roughly where they had been all morning. According to the device, I had barely moved. That was not possible. I turned around and walked back toward the second station. It took longer than it should have. The fog seemed thicker now, denser, pressing closer. When the building finally came into view, the relief I felt was immediate and unsettling in its intensity. But something was wrong. The lights were off. All of them. I stopped several yards away, staring. The windows were dark. The hum I had heard before was gone. The flagpole stood silent. No movement. No sound. I did not hear a switch flip. I did not hear a generator shut down. The lights were simply gone. I backed away slowly, turning my head to look toward where the first station should have been. I could see nothing but fog. No glow. No outline. I stood there, between three identical structures that should not have existed, on a road that did not behave like a road should, in a park I thought I understood. And for the first time that day, I considered the possibility that the map was not wrong. Something else was. I chose the third station. Not because it felt safer, but because it was the only thing that felt new. The only variable that had not yet changed on me. I walked toward it with deliberate steps, counting them in my head, grounding myself in numbers and rhythm. When I reached the door, I placed my hand on the handle and paused. The metal was warm. Not sun-warmed. Internally warm, like the building was actively in use. I knocked. The sound echoed louder than it should have, carrying oddly through the fog, stretching out longer than a simple knock should. I waited. Nothing answered. I tried the handle. It turned. The door opened inward, slowly, without resistance. The lights inside were on, casting long shadows across the floor. The station smelled faintly of dust and ozone. Everything inside was perfectly arranged. Too perfectly. I stepped inside, unaware that I was crossing a threshold I would not fully understand until much later, and that by doing so, I was ensuring I would not leave the park the way I had entered it. You have not enough humanizer words left. Upgrade your surfer plan. I stepped fully inside the third ranger station and closed the door behind me. I did this deliberately, not out of fear, but out of habit. Open doors invite variables, wind, animals, distraction. Closed doors create a controlled environment. At least, that was the logic I followed at the time. The latch clicked softly. The sound was ordinary. Too ordinary. The interior was identical to the other two stations I had already inspected, but the sense of presence here was stronger, not in a supernatural way. There were no noises, no movement, no figures at the edge of my vision. Instead, it felt like the building was actively waiting to be used, as if the people who worked here had only just stepped out of the room. The lights were fluorescent, evenly bright, no flicker. The desks were clean, but not sterile. A coffee ring marked one corner of a countertop. A jacket hung on a hook by the back door. A logbook lay open on the main desk, a pen placed neatly across the page. I approached the desk slowly. The logbook was real, heavy, official. The cover bore the insignia of the Park Service, embossed and worn at the edges. I flipped back a few pages. Dates, weather notes. Routine patrol entries. Everything looked legitimate. Mundane. Then I checked the most recent entry. The handwriting was clean, professional, and unmistakably fresh. The ink had not fully dried. Date today. Time 9:42 a.m. Status station active. Visibility low. Fog conditions persistent. No incidents reported. I checked my watch again. It read 10:11 a.m. My throat tightened. I told myself the ranger had written the entry earlier and left shortly afterward. That explanation fit the evidence, well enough to keep my pulse from spiking further. I placed the logbook back where I found it, aligning the pen exactly as it had been. I walked through the rest of the station. 2 small offices, a radio room, a break area. Everything powered, everything intact. The radio equipment hummed quietly, the indicator lights steady and green. I picked up the radio handset. North Ridge Station, I said, keeping my voice level. This is Grant Holloway. Civilian hiker. I'm currently inside what appears to be an active ranger station off the main trail. I'm requesting confirmation of location. Stanek answered me at first. Then a faint click. This is North Ridge, a voice said. Male. Calm. Professional. Go ahead. Relief washed through me so fast it made my knees weak. I gripped the edge of the desk, steadying myself. I've encountered multiple ranger stations along the same service road, I said. The map only shows one. I need clarification on my position. There was a pause. Just long enough to register as deliberate. Can you describe your surroundings? The voice asked. I did. I listed details methodically. The road, the fog, the identical structures, the interior of the building. I kept emotion out of it, sticking to observable facts. The way I would present a problem in a report. When I finished, the radio was silent again. Then the voice returned, slightly quieter. Sir, it said, there is only one ranger station in that sector. I'm standing in one right now. I replied.
Yes?
The voice said. You are. The answer did not address the problem. I felt a chill run through me, not from fear, but from the realization that the person on the other end was being precise in a way that did not benefit me. What are my coordinates? I asked. Another pause, longer this time. The voice read out a set of coordinates. I glanced at my GPS. They matched. That's the location of North Ridge Ranger Station. The voice continued. You are where you are supposed to be. There are 2 more stations behind me, I said. Silence. I waited. My grip on the radio tightened. Sir, the voice said finally, I need you to listen carefully. Do not leave the building you are in. The words landed with more weight than they should have. Why? I asked. Because, the voice said, choosing each syllable carefully. The other stations are not operational. That doesn't make sense, I said. They were lit. Powered. They are not operational. The voice repeated. If you are seeing more than one structure, you must remain where you are. A sharp burst of static cut in, briefly distorting the signal. When the line cleared, the voice was gone. I tried calling back. No response. I switched channels. Nothing. The radio was now dead silent. I set the handset down slowly. The building felt different now. Not threatening, constrained. As if it had closed around me without physically changing at all. I looked at the door I had entered through. It was still there. Still unlocked. Still ordinary. I told myself I would step outside briefly. Just long enough to visually confirm the position of the other stations. I needed data. Confirmation. I opened the door. The fog pressed in immediately, thicker than before, swallowing the view beyond a few feet. The road was barely visible now. The glow from the other buildings was gone. I stepped onto the road and turned back to look at the station I had just exited. It was still there. Solid, lit, real. I walked forward slowly, counting steps again. 10, 20, 30. At step 42 I stopped. There was a building ahead of me. Not the second station. This one was different. Smaller. Unlit. The siding was the same color. But the structure itself looked unfinished, or perhaps stripped down. No flagpole. No signage. The windows were dark, and the glass reflected nothing but fog. I did not approach it. I backed up instead, returning to the lit station as quickly, without breaking into a run. When I crossed the threshold and shut the door behind me, my breathing was shallow and fast despite my efforts to control it. I checked my watch again. 11:08 a.m. I sat down at the desk and forced myself to write. Engineers document things. Documentation is proof. Proof anchors reality. I took the pen from the logbook and began recording everything I had experienced, writing in careful, measured language. I avoided speculation. I avoided emotional descriptors. I stuck to time, location, observation. When I finished, I signed my name beneath the last entry. As soon as I lifted the pen, the lights flickered. Once, twice. Then they stabilized. I looked up. The door I had entered through was now closed. That should not have alarmed me. I had closed it myself earlier. But the handle was turned slightly, as if someone had just released it. I stood slowly. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded wrong in the space. Flattened, absorbed, no answer. I checked the back door, locked. I checked the windows. The fog outside was so dense now that the glass might as well have been painted white. I returned to the radio and lifted the handset again. "This is Grant Holloway," I said. "I am still inside the station. I need assistance." The radio clicked on immediately. "This is North Ridge," the same voice said. Relief surged again, weaker this time, diluted by dread. "You told me not to leave," I said. "Why?" "Because the fog is reorganizing," the voice replied. "That's not a meaningful answer," I said. "It is," the voice said. "Just not in the way you want." I waited. The silence stretched. "How many stations are there?" I asked. Another pause. 3, the voice said. My stomach dropped. "That contradicts what you told me earlier." "Yes," the voice agreed. "Why?" "Because earlier, you were not asking the correct question." I swallowed. "What is the correct question?" I asked. The radio crackled softly. "Which station is the original?" the voice said. I looked around the room. At the clean desks. The powered equipment. The logbook with my handwriting now added to it. "How would I tell?" I asked. "You won't," the voice said. Not directly. The lights flickered again, longer this time. The hum of electricity dipped, then returned. "You need to remain inside." The voice continued. "Movement creates duplication." "Duplication of what?" I demanded. "Of options," the voice said. That was the last transmission I received. The radio went silent. the indicator lights dimming until only one remained, glowing faintly red. I sat back down, suddenly exhausted. My watch ticked steadily on my wrist, the sound loud in the quiet room. 12:17 p.m. The fog outside pressed closer, but it did not enter. It respected the walls for now. I stayed where I was. I ate from my pack. I drank water. I waited. At 1:03 p.m., I heard footsteps outside. They approached slowly, deliberately, stopping just short of the door. I did not move. The handle turned. The door did not open. A knock followed. 3 taps, evenly spaced. I remained seated, every muscle locked. The knock came again. Then a voice, muffled by the door. "Grant," it said. It was my voice. Calm, neutral. Exactly how I sound when I am explaining something to a colleague. "Grant," it said again. "You picked the wrong one." I did not answer. The voice sighed softly, the sound distorted through the wood. "That's okay," it said. Most people do. The footsteps retreated. The fog outside shifted, thinning just enough that I could see movement through the window. Another ranger station stood across the road now, its lights on, its door open. Waiting, I stayed inside until nightfall. When the fog finally lifted just before sunset, there was only one ranger station left. It was dark, empty. And, according to the map, nailed to the kiosk at the trailhead, it had been abandoned for over 20 years. I was found the next morning, sitting at the desk with the logbook open in front of me. My entry was the last one. No one could explain how I had signed out of the park at 6:12 p.m., using my own handwriting, at a register located 12 miles away from where I was discovered. I no longer trust maps, and I never return to places where the lights stay on for no reason. My name is Tessa Moore. I am writing this as clearly and carefully as I can, because clarity matters when memory starts to blur, and because I need there to be a record that reflects exactly what happened to me. I am 32 years old. I work as a contract environmental surveyor, mostly trail assessments and erosion mapping for state parks. I hike alone often. I have done so for years without incident. I am trained, licensed, and meticulous with preparation. What happened to me did not come from recklessness or imagination. It happened on a single day, over the span of several hours, on a marked trail I had walked before. I entered the park just after sunrise. The register log shows my name, the date, the trail loop I intended to follow, and my estimated return time. Weather conditions were stable. Visibility was good. There was no fog, no snow, no rain. The ground was dry enough to hold a clear boot print, which I noticed immediately because I always do. It is a habit from my work. Foot traffic patterns tell you a lot about how a trail is used, where it erodes, where people wander off. I was less than a mile in when I first saw them. Boot prints heading in the same direction as me. The tread pattern was familiar, but I didn't think much of it at first. The trail is moderately used, and several brands share similar lug designs. What caught my attention was the spacing. The stride length was close to mine. Not exact, but close enough that my steps began to overlap them naturally. That happens sometimes. I remember smiling to myself, the small satisfaction of falling into an easy rhythm. I followed them without thinking. That was my first mistake, though I didn't know it yet. About 20 minutes later, I stopped to check my GPS. The signal was steady. My pace was on target. I took a sip of water and looked down again at the trail. That was when I noticed the tear. On the left boot print, near the outer heel. There was a thin crescent-shaped break in the sole impression. A small flaw. I crouched, frowning, and turned my own boot sideways to compare. My left boot has a shallow tear in the same place, the result of a rock scrape from months ago. I know it's there because I've considered replacing the boots, but haven't yet. I told myself it was coincidence. Mass-produced boots wear similarly. The mind looks for patterns when it shouldn't. I stood, took a step forward, and watched my foot land directly over the existing print. When I lifted it, there was only one impression left, not two. I felt a brief chill, the kind you shake off by adjusting your pack straps and moving on. I didn't stop hiking. I should have. The trail curved eastward, descending slightly into a denser stand of trees. Light filtered through the canopy in narrow bands. I could hear birds, distant wind through leaves, all the normal sounds that reassure you that you're not alone in the wilderness, even when you are physically alone. The boot prints continued, always ahead of me, always fresh. I tested it then. I stepped off the trail deliberately, placing my foot into a patch of loose dirt beside a fallen branch. The branch cracked softly. When I stepped back onto the trail, I looked ahead. There were two sets of prints now. One continued straight, unchanged. The other veered slightly, then rejoined, matching my detour exactly. I stood still for a long time after that. Long enough that the forest sounds resumed around me, in a way that felt pointed, as if they had paused to watch. My heart was beating faster than I liked, but my thoughts were steady. I told myself someone was walking ahead of me, mimicking my pace. It was unsettling, but not impossible. Some people think it's funny. Some people are strange. I called out, my voice neutral. "Hey, just so you know, you're freaking me out a little." No response. I waited. Nothing moved ahead. No footsteps, no rustle. Just the trail, curving out of sight. I continued walking. By mid-morning, the sense of being followed had inverted. I was no longer following the prints. I was aligning myself to them. If I drifted slightly left, my next step would correct to land inside the existing impression. If I slowed, the distance between prints ahead shortened. When I sped up, so did they. I stopped checking my GPS. I didn't want to see something wrong there too. Around noon, I reached a section of the trail where erosion exposed a wide slab of stone. No soil, no leaves, no place for a print to form. I stepped onto it carefully, scanning the surface ahead. On the far side, where the dirt resumed, the prints were already there. I felt something in my chest tighten. Then, not fear exactly, but the pressure that comes before panic if you let it. I sat down on the stone, took off my pack, and forced myself to eat. Protein bar, water. Routine matters. Grounding matters. While I sat there, I noticed something else. The prints ahead of me were slightly deeper now. Not dramatically. Just enough that the edges crumbled inward a bit, as if the person making them was carrying more weight. I checked my pack. Nothing had shifted. Nothing was heavier. I stood, adjusted my boots, and took a step forward. The next print ahead was deeper again. I laughed once, sharply, because the alternative was screaming. I told myself I was projecting. I told myself it changes perception. I told myself I would finish the loop, return to my car, and write this off as a strange day. The trail marker for the loop junction appeared shortly after. I recognized it immediately. I had been here before. The sign was old but intact, bolted to a post, arrow pointing back toward the trailhead. The boot prints did not turn. They continued straight, off the maintained path, into an area marked clearly on the map as restricted due to unstable ground. I stopped at the junction. My plan had been to turn back. That was sensible. That was safe. I stood there, looking at the sign, looking at the prints, and felt a pull that had nothing to do with curiosity. It felt procedural, like the next step in a process already underway. I followed the prints. The terrain changed quickly. The ground was uneven, scattered with rocks and roots. The trees grew closer together. Light dimmed. My pace slowed despite my efforts to keep it steady. The prints ahead adjusted accordingly. I stumbled once, catching myself on a low branch. I swore under my breath and checked my knee. It was fine. When I looked down, my left boot had scraped against a rock. A fresh tear appeared in the sole. I did not remember falling earlier. I did not remember damaging the boot further. Ahead of me, the next print reflected the new tear perfectly. I stopped walking. For the first time since entering the park, the prints stopped too. They ended 10 feet ahead of me, perfectly aligned, toes pointing forward. There was no disturbance beyond them, no sign of turning, no sign of struggle, just absence. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at the empty ground. My ears rang faintly, the way they do when blood pressure shifts. I raised my radio, thumb hovering over the call button, then hesitated. I didn't know what I would say. I didn't know how to explain what I was seeing without sounding unreliable. Behind me, a boot print appeared. Fresh. Deep. Perfect. It was mine. I did not turn around. I took one step forward instead. Another print appeared behind me. I walked faster. The forest felt closer now, trunks crowding my peripheral vision. The sound of my breathing was loud in my ears, but I could not hear footsteps behind me. Even though the prints continued to form, I broke into a run. The trail no longer existed. There was only ground, trees, and the knowledge that every step I took was buried somewhere I could not see. I tripped again, harder this time, landing on my hands. Pain shot up my wrists. When I scrambled to my feet, I saw 2 sets of prints ahead of me now. One was mine. The other was heavier, deeper, closer together. And both of them were moving in the same direction. That was when I realized something I had been avoiding all day. I was no longer sure which set of prints I was following. And I was no longer sure which one was following me. I stopped running because my lungs forced me to, not because I felt safe. My chest burned, sharp and insistent, and my legs trembled when I slowed to a walk. The forest around me had grown quieter, not silent, but subdued, like it was holding its breath. Sunlight still filtered through the trees, which grounded me in one undeniable fact: it was still the same day. Still daylight. Still real. I bent over with my hands on my knees and stared at the ground. 2 sets of boot prints lay ahead of me. One matched my stride exactly, including the new tear in the sole. The other was heavier, deeper, the heel sinking further into the dirt, as if the press in making it carried more weight or pressed down harder with each step. They ran parallel for several yards, before merging into one indistinguishable line. Behind me, there was only one set. I forced myself to turn around. The trail behind me showed my prints receding back through the trees, clean and uninterrupted. No second set followed. No sign of pursuit. The absence felt deliberate, like a hand pulled away at the last second. I straightened slowly and took out my GPS again. The screen lit up without hesitation. My position marker blinked steadily. But it wasn't where it should have been. According to the map, I was several hundred yards off any marked trail. deeper into the restricted area than I realized. That alone was enough to justify calling for help, but pride and disbelief held my thumb still. I radioed instead. "This is Tessa Moore," I said, keeping my voice even. "I'm off trail near the eastern loop. I may need assistance navigating back." Static crackled, then a voice answered, distorted but human. "Copy that. Can you confirm your coordinates?" Relief hit me so suddenly my eyes stung. I read them out carefully, checking the numbers. There was a pause. Longer than before. "That location doesn't make sense," the voice said. "You're showing inside a closed section." "I know," I replied. I followed. I stopped myself. I deviated from the trail. Another pause. "Stand by." While I waited, I looked down again. The ground beneath my boots felt firmer now, packed hard as if many feet had passed through recently. The prints ahead were still there, but something about them had changed. The edges were softer, less defined, as if they were older than they should have been. "Help is not immediately available," the radio voice said at last. "If you're uninjured, your best option is to retrace your steps to the last marked junction." "I'll do that," I said too quickly. "Thank you." The radio went silent. I turned fully, orienting myself toward the direction I had come from. I took one careful step, placing my boot deliberately outside of any existing print. The ground accepted it. I took another step, then another, each one slow and intentional. I watched the dirt closely. No new print appeared beside mine. No delayed impression formed behind me. My shoulders loosened slightly. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I continued walking back the way I believed I had come. After several minutes, the forest began to look unfamiliar again. Not dramatically different, just subtly wrong. A fallen log I didn't remember crossing. A cluster of rocks arranged too neatly. The light seemed to come from a lower angle, casting longer shadows that stretched across the ground like fingers. I checked my GPS. The signal was still there, but the map lagged when I tried to zoom out. A screen refreshed slowly, as if struggling to keep up. I stopped and listened. There were footsteps now. Not behind me. They were slow, deliberate, each step landing with a soft crunch of soil. The rhythm was wrong. Too steady. Too precise. They sounded like mine would if I were trying very hard to walk quietly. I didn't call out this time. I didn't want an answer. I stepped forward, then stopped abruptly. The footsteps ahead stopped too. My pulse hammered in my ears. I raised my radio again, then lowered it. Sound felt dangerous now, like a signal I didn't want to send. I crouched and examined the ground where the footsteps had stopped. 2 sets of prints again, side by side, both facing me. One set was mine. The other was not. The second set had the same tread pattern, the same tier, but the toe was slightly scuffed in a way mine wasn't. A subtle difference, like a copied signature with one stroke altered. I stood and backed away slowly. The prints did not move. I backed up several more steps, then turned and walked quickly, resisting the urge to run. My breath came fast and shallow. Every instinct screamed that distance mattered, even if direction no longer did. The trees thinned suddenly, opening into a small clearing. Sunlight flooded the space, harsh and bright. In the center stood a weathered wooden post, unmarked, its surface scarred with old nail holes. I knew this place. I had stood here earlier that morning. This was the junction. But the sign was gone. I stepped closer to the post. The ground around it was churned with footprints, dozens of them overlapping, crossing, circling. All the same size, all the same tread, all mine. I felt dizzy, the world tilting slightly as if I'd stood up too fast. I reached out and steadied myself against the post. The wood felt warm under my palm. I looked down. My boots were caked with dirt now, scuffed and worn as if I had been walking for days instead of hours. The tear in the sole was larger, jagged, the rubber peeling back. I did not remember damaging them this badly. I pulled my hand away from the post and noticed something carved into the wood, shallow but deliberate. TM, my initials. Below them, another set deeper, pressed harder into the grain. TM, the second carving overlapped the first, slightly misaligned. I staggered back. The clearing felt smaller now, the trees edging inward. Shadows pooled at the base of the trunks, darker than they should have been in full daylight. I turned in a slow circle, searching for a way out that felt real. Footsteps sounded behind me. I spun around. A woman stood at the edge of the clearing. She was my height, my build. She wore the same pack, the same jacket, the same boots. Her hair was pulled back the same way mine was, a loose strand escaping near her left ear. There was dirt on her face where she had fallen, matching the scrape on my own cheek that I hadn't noticed until now. She looked tired. Not threatening, not angry, just exhausted, like someone nearing the end of a long shift. She took a step forward. I took one back. She stopped. Her mouth opened, then closed again, as if she were reconsidering what to say. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse, familiar. "You're late," she said. My throat tightened. "Who are you?" She frowned, confusion creasing her brow. "I'm you." "No," I said. The word came out flat, brittle. "I'm me." She glanced down at the ground between us, at the churned footprints, then back up. "That's what I said." I shook my head hard, trying to dislodge the moment, to force reality to reassert itself. "This isn't possible." She smiled faintly, without humor. "That's what I thought too." I raised my radio like a shield. I called for help. "They know I'm here." Her eyes flicked to the device, then away. So did I. She took another step forward. I could see the tear in her boot sole now, identical to mine, but older, stretched wider. "How long?" I asked, though I didn't know what I meant. She hesitated. "Longer than a day." My stomach dropped. "No. Everything that's happened to me, it's been today." She nodded slowly. "It always is." The forest around us seemed to lean closer, the air thickening, heavy with the smell of earth and sap. My head buzzed, thoughts slipping out of alignment. "What happens now?" I asked. She looked at me with something like pity. "We figure out who gets to leave." I laughed weakly. "That's not how this works." She tilted her head. "Isn't it?" I thought of the prints, of the way one set had grown heavier, deeper. I thought of the missing sign, the carved initials, the boots worn beyond memory. I took a step forward. So did she. We stood inches apart now. Mirror images down to the dirt under our nails. I could see my own fear reflected in her eyes, older and sharper. "You can't take my place," I said. She shook her head. "I already did." The ground shifted beneath us, subtle but undeniable. The clearing blurred at the edges, trees bending inward, overlapping like poorly aligned frames. I felt a sudden, overwhelming certainty then. Not fear, not confusion. Choice. I stepped aside. She hesitated, then walked past me, her shoulder brushing mine. The contact sent a jolt through my body, like static discharge. For a split second, my vision doubled, then snapped back into focus. The clearing was empty. The post stood alone, unmarked. My radio crackled. "Tessa Moore, this is Park Services. We're seeing movement on your signal. Can you confirm you're heading back toward the trailhead?" I looked down at my boots. The tear in the sole was still there, but smaller now. "Newer. Yes," I said slowly. "I'm on my way out." I followed the trail markers without deviation. The signs were where they should be. The forest felt ordinary again, indifferent. When I reached the trailhead, my car was alone in the lot. I signed out in the register. The entry above mine caught my eye.
Same date.
Same trail, same handwriting. The return time was earlier than mine. I am home now. I have cleaned my boots. But I cannot fix the tear. It keeps widening overnight, the rubber splitting a little more each time I look. Sometimes, when I walk across soft ground, I notice an extra set of prints beside mine, just for a moment, before they fade. They are lighter than they used to be, and they are always facing the same direction I am.